Good evening, afternoon, everybody. It's Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We're looking at a live shot from Tel Aviv, Israel right now, where there has been some sort of impact there. And this is Tel Aviv, Israel. Again, this is apparently possibly an impact after the latest missile barrage from Iran. Live shot on the ground in Tel Aviv, Israel. I need a moment here to get everything organized. Thanks for bearing with me. More missiles. There are more missiles that have been launched. There's a missile warning in Israel. More missile alerts coming soon. So just give me a moment here, again, getting everything organized here. You're looking at Tel Aviv after maybe some sort of impact. I see some damage there after the latest missiles were fired at Israel. Give me one moment here. I just have to get everything ready here. So we're going to keep an eye on more missile alerts expected shortly in Israel. And I'll have to try to get some details on what we're looking at here in Tel Aviv.
You are news? Which? Okay, where all the filmers, all the Katavim? All the interview? Yes, where all the towers before?
There's a report of some possible damage at Dubai International Airport as well. Okay, this is going on in Tel Aviv right now. Look at this. This is Tel Aviv. They're bringing out maybe somebody for medical assistance. Hold on a second. I want to make sure I'm not showing. Hold on. They were bringing somebody out from that building on a stretcher. Look at, oh, there's the damage right here. This is Tel Aviv, Israel, after the latest, it looks like damage in Tel Aviv from some sort of, maybe that's a direct hit, maybe it's a missile that was intercepted in debris, I don't know. But that is in Tel Aviv, Israel. You're looking at damage right now from Tel Aviv, Israel. They have stretchers there to bring people out. Okay, we have alerts going on in Tel Aviv. Hold on a moment. Give me a moment. We have alerts in Tel Aviv right now. Hold on. I gotta get the Tel Aviv on the screen. The other shot of Tel Aviv. Hang on a moment. There's Tel Aviv right there. You'll see it coming up right now. That is Tel Aviv, Israel, right there. Sirens going off in Tel Aviv right now. Up there's hold on. Here's a light. I don't know if that's an interceptor or a missile or what. Is that a missile or an interceptor? Keep an eye on that. That's the skies above Tel Aviv. Looks like maybe, I don't know if we just saw an interception. I don't know. Looks like maybe we saw an interception right there. Will we hear a boom after? We might have just seen an interception. That's what it looked like to me. And then we're seeing another light up there. I don't know what that is. Another light on below. This is Tel Aviv, Israel. Live. Up, I think, hold on, watch this. We might have just seen another interception right there. Bunch of alerts in the area around Tel Aviv right now. Oh, we see an interceptor going up on the bottom right there. Interceptor going up into the sky. That's live shot of an interceptor. It looks like an interceptor going up into the sky right there. And maybe another interception right there. And more interceptors going up right now. You can see, it looks like those interceptors at the bottom there going up. Looking at one at the bottom of the screen, in the distance there. No sirens at the moment in this area, although maybe the sirens are in the distance. According to the SOFAR map, the current alerts are to the east of Tel Aviv. So, all right, so now we just saw, hold on, watch this on the lower left, boom. We might have just seen an interception right there on the lower left, boom. I don't know if that's an impact or, we saw two flashes, maybe an interception there. Look, you can see the smoke. See the smoke there? So that may have been another interception right there. Again, that's probably looking to the east. I don't know for sure, but on the SOFAR red alert map, there were a bunch of alerts to the east of Tel Aviv. And there's been, there's another, we have a live shot from Tel Aviv of a site that's been damaged. which we're going to send you back to in a second. But I want to stay on this for a second. But in a second, we're going to go back to the scene of damage in Tel Aviv after another recent barrage of missiles. All right, what I'm going to do, I am going to leave this camera on, but what I want to do is take you back to the other camera in Tel Aviv. So if you give me a moment, let me just do it this way here, where I got to do that here. So you're looking at the bottom there. That is, are those drones flying around on this camera? I think we're seeing some drones. This is Tel Aviv, Israel, at the bottom, after a recent hit, it looks like. A recent damage from some sort of missile or missile debris or something. There's a post from the Supreme Leader account on X from the Supreme Leader's account. Hold on. Again, many news agencies are reporting that Supreme Leader is dead. Let me turn the volume down. I can't talk over this. So there was a post from a short post from the Supreme Leader account 7 minutes ago. But I don't know. Again, Fox News, CNN, AP, Reuters have all been reporting that the Supreme Leader is dead. I just need a second here. Let me get... There's a lot going on, so let me just get organized here. Again, this is a scene in Tel Aviv. Looks like possibly missile damage at some kind of apartment building. So the Jerusalem Post says there were there were direct hits in 4 separate locations in Gush Dan, which is Tel Aviv Metro. So 4 direct hits on 4 separate locations in Tel Aviv Metro area. Jerusalem Post says 16 injuries reported, with 2 described as serious condition. I assume this is one of these areas. I'm not positive, but AFP has this as being in Tel Aviv. Look at the cars damaged there. So the post, let me just show you this. The post by the Supreme Leader account, which AZ Intel and others had seen. Let me show you this. This was about 10 minutes ago. And so, what I get to do is I have to let me translate this for you. And let me translate it for you, and then I'll show it to you. Just give me 1 sec here as we look at the scene in Tel Aviv. In the name of Haider, peace be upon him. Well, I translated some of it, but that doesn't really help me. Hold on, let's try this. Hang on. One of our viewers said the translation says he sleeps. Hang on, just hang on a moment. Some people said Trump posted. Just give me a second. The Truth Social is taking a while to load. Truth Social is not loading. Trump has just announced that the Supreme Leader has dead. Breaking news, Trump announced that the Supreme Leader is dead. Trump says the Supreme Leader is dead. Here it is. So big breaking news. This just got posted by President Trump, and I'm going to show it to you right now. Here it is. Okay, President Trump says, Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. Let me change the headline here. Trump, Iran's supreme leader, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems, and working closely with Israel, there was not a thing he or the other leaders that have been killed along him could do. This is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. We are hearing that many of the Revolutionary Guard, military, and other security and police forces no longer want to fight and are looking for immunity for us. As I said last night, now they can have immunity, later they will only get death. Hopefully the Revolutionary Guard and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves. So President Trump is saying he hopes the regime merges with the anti-regime, basically. He says, hopefully the Revolutionary Guard and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves. That process should soon be starting in that not only the death of Khamenei, but the country has been in one day very much destroyed and even obliterated. Again, he says that process should soon be starting in that not only the death of Khamenei, but the country has been in one day very much destroyed and even obliterated. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective and of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. Wow. So again, Trump says the supreme leader is dead, and he hopes that the Revolutionary Guard and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves. He also says that the heavy and pinpoint bombing will continue uninterrupted throughout the week. I guess that's next week, or as long as necessary to achieve our objective. Let me go back to here is Tel Aviv, where it appears that there has been a missile hit at this location. That's what it looks like. Hang on a moment here. You can see there's some very significant damage at this building in the Tel Aviv area. Reza Pahlavi just posted, the son of the last leader of Iran before the revolution. If I can find it here. Reza Pahlavi, let me read you his post. So Reza Pahlavi says, my fellow compatriots, Ali Khamenei, the bloodthirsty Zahak of our time, the killer of tens of thousands of Iran's bravest sons and daughters, has been erased from the pages of history, says Reza Pahlavi. With his death, the Islamic Republic has effectively come to an end, he claims, and will soon be consigned to the dustbin of history, says Reza Pahlavi. Any attempt by the remnants of the regime to appoint a successor to Khamenei is doomed to failure from the outset, he says. Whoever they place in his stead will have neither legitimacy nor survival, and without doubt, they will also be complicit in the crimes of this regime. Again, this is a new post from Reza Pahlavi, the son of the Shah of Iran, who many protesters in Iran were supportive of recently. To the military, security, and police forces, he says, any effort to prop up a collapsing regime is condemned to defeat. This is your last chance to join the people. to help ensure Iran's stable transition to a free and prosperous future and to have a share in building that future. Reza Pahlavi says the death of the criminal Khamenei, while it cannot bring back the spilled blood, can serve as a balm for the scorched hearts of the grieving families, the fathers and mothers, spouses and children in mourning, and the families of the selfless martyrs of Iran's line and sun national revolution. Noble and brave people of Iran, says Reza Pahlavi, this marks the beginning of our great national celebration, but it is not the end of the road. Stay vigilant and prepared. The time for a massive and decisive presence in the streets is very near, says Reza Pahlavi. Together, united and steadfast, we will secure the final victory, and we will celebrate Iran's freedom across our Ahura-created homeland. That is from Reza Pahlavi. Oh, I think Trey Yingst is there. Is that Trey Yingst from Fox right there? That might be Trey Yingst. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Martha, good afternoon. We are currently at the site of a direct impact in Tel Aviv, and I want to just show you the scene behind me. First responders are digging through the rubble. They are looking for survivors. We have already seen them on our cameras pull out 2 civilians from this area. This entire block completely destroyed by an Iranian ballistic missile.
This is a missile strike area. Missile is hit in Tel Aviv.
There was a direct impact, and we were live on Fox earlier, and you heard that massive explosion. That was this missile slamming into the building behind me. When we arrived, after getting the all clear from the Israeli army, more missiles were launched by the Iranian regime. That forced all of these first responders to run for cover underground. They've now come back up after getting another all clear, and they are digging again through the debris. We saw one man come out, his face was bloodied. The young man with him had a bag. People were carrying their pets in this area. The cars here completely destroyed, and just real concern about the increase in casualties here. There were at least 20 people injured in the garage that caused this damage in Tel Aviv, and I'm going to have my cameraman come through here.
Yeah, you can hear Trey Yingst in the background here. Again, President Trump confirms the supreme leader of Iran has been killed.
Yeah, we understand that this is an apartment building in Tel Aviv. This is in the central part of Israel's second largest city.
This is an apartment building in central Tel Aviv, according to Trey Yingst. One moment here. I'm just trying to check a bunch of different sources as we look at damage from a direct hit of an Iranian missile in Tel Aviv, Israel. Severe damage there, as you can see, to this apartment building. One more second here. Oh, the New York Times posted a satellite photo of a ship on fire, an Iranian ship on fire. I got to put in the chat for more pictures and videos. See Steve's X feed. And I'll pin this here. I am, if the moderators on Twitch and Facebook can pin my message, that would be great. Thank you. Because I am posting where to my X feed is. For more photos and videos, see Steve's X feed. I'll pin it on YouTube. The U.S. is speaking at the UN Security Council. Let me put that up on the screen for you. Hang on a moment here. Give me a moment. Just give me a moment.
Its presence here in this council makes a mockery of this body. But where the UN lacks moral clarity, the United States of America will maintain it. Indiscriminate and unprovoked attacks by the Iranian regime today against our regional partners, Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, Jordan, and others, reinforce precisely why such actions are necessary.
Give me one second here. Here we go.
Infrastructure as well. Those who stand with us must know that their security is not negotiable. The safety of our allies is not conditional. It is assured. The bottom line is this, colleagues. Our allies and partners can count on the United States and can count on President Trump. Colleagues, peace is not preserved by appeasing those who threaten it. Peace is preserved through strength in the face of terror. History has taught us that the cost of inaction is far greater than the burden of decisive action. And our president, President Trump, has taken that decisive action today. I thank you.
Sorry
I thank
for
the
the delay
representative
in
of
the
the United States for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Denmark.
Thank you,
I'm gonna
Mr. President.
cut this off.
And
for
thank
now.
you to the UK presidency for convening the council for this.
I'm gonna, if you want, I'm not gonna focus on the UN stuff right now. Sorry I didn't get more of the US representative there, but things happen. Okay, let me just take this off and try to get you some more updates about what's going on. President Trump announcing that the supreme leader has been killed. We are looking, of Iran has been killed. We are looking at a live shot in Tel Aviv where an Iranian missile has made a direct hit on an Israeli apartment building. So we're keeping an eye on that, and I am checking for other updates too. I'll keep an eye on the UN as well, give me a moment here. Let me try to get you some more updates. For those who haven't heard it, I do want to read you again President Trump's post. President Trump's post said, Khamenei, the supreme leader, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. Says Trump, this is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems, and working closely with Israel, there was not a thing he or the other leaders that have been killed along with him could do. This is the single greatest chance, he says, Trump, this is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. We are hearing that many of their Revolutionary Guard, military, and other security and police forces no longer want to fight, says Trump, and are looking for immunity from us. As I said last night, now they can have immunity, later they only get death. Hopefully the Revolutionary Guard and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves, says Trump. That process should soon be starting in that not only the death of Khamenei, but the country has been, in only one day, very much destroyed and even obliterated, he says. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Pakistan is speaking at the UN. Let's see something here.
Pakistan also condemns the attacks against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates, and stands in solidarity with all these brotherly countries and underscores the need to exercise maximum restraint. This is extremely unfortunate since several brotherly Arab countries were in fact supporting dialogue and emphasizing the need to avoid escalation. We particularly laud Oman's role in facilitating and mediating dialogue between Iran and the United States. These unprovoked attacks, therefore, constitute blatant violations of the sovereignty of the brotherly Gulf states. Pakistan also condemns the unfortunate death of a Pakistani national in the UAE during this dastardly attack. We urge all sides to refrain from any further actions that may undermine the security and territorial integrity of other regional countries. President, we regret the fact that diplomacy has once again been derailed as these attacks have happened right in the middle of negotiations. These military actions undermine dialogue and further erode trust that was already in short supply. We offer our condolences and sympathies to civilians caught in the middle of these violent acts. Our thoughts go out to the school children in Iran and many civilians elsewhere, and the family of the Pakistani national who was killed during attacks.
I was muted. The famous Burj Al Arab Hotel in Dubai has reportedly been hit with an Iranian drone. And there's a video from MASH that I'm going to post in the chat that appears to show the hotel at the bottom on fire. This is the Burj Al Arab Hotel in Dubai, the UAE. Again, it looks like a drone has hit it. Let me show you what it looks like normally. This is the Wikipedia page for it. It's the one on the right. Well, let me make sure of this. Yeah, right here. There, right there. That's a picture from Alberto G. Rovi on Wikipedia. That's what it normally looks like. And there's a video I don't have the rights to. I just reposted it on my X account. My X account should be linked in the chat. At the top of the chat, should be pinned to the chat. But there's a video of, it's like a fire at the base of the hotel. Reportedly, a drone has hit that famous hotel in Dubai. So I'll keep an eye out. I don't know if I'll get any live video of that. Let me look around and see. But again, I posted a link in the chat. And give me a second here. Hang on. Yeah, pinned in the chat is my X account, Lookner. If you go to my X account, I'm reposting stuff here. There's a bunch of videos and photos I don't have the rights to show on this stream, but I'll repost them on my X account, and you can go to my X account and see them. So I just posted that video. But again, that is on fire now. Well, at the base it looks like, at the base. Hang on a moment here. So it's possible I might get a live stream from there. Let me just see let me look around and keep an eye out. But that is and this is in Tel Aviv right now, where a missile has hit an apartment building, an Iranian missile. Again, a drone, reportedly, reportedly an Iranian drone has struck the famous Burj Al Arab Hotel in Dubai, and there appears to be a fire at the base of the hotel. The Wikipedia photo of the hotel is that. You'll see it in a second here. That's the hotel, but there's a video clip going around of a fire at the base of the hotel, reportedly after an Iranian drone
Martha,
struck
good
the
afternoon.
hotel.
First responders are still digging through the rubble and debris looking for survivors. First responders also tell us that one woman was killed and 20 civilians wounded in this ballistic missile strike. I'm
Wow.
going to step out of the frame here so that you can see just the amount of damage that one single missile can cause. In the distance there, where you see a flashlight on the ground, you can see the crater where the ballistic missile slammed into. And these first responders are actually inside of the crater at the moment. They are likely looking to make sure that there's no warhead or a cluster munition that is unexploded. But you can see this scene. There are hundreds in this entire area of first responders, firefighters, police, and medical teams who have been working to evacuate any civilians from this street. And again, that crater there just shows you how big of an impact this is.
There's a drone alert in southern Israel, possibly a Houthi drone. There is a drone alert in southern Israel, a drone alert right now.
Spewing from the windows, and we saw two people pulled from the rubble of the building next door. They were able to walk. One man's face was bloodied. But again, this gives you a sense of just how dynamic this situation is.
Trey Yink said there's 1 dead and 20 injured at least in this missile strike.
Ayatollah Khamenei was killed along with 40 senior leaders from the Islamic Republic. They are dealing now with a response to those strikes from the United States and Israel. A direct attack on Israeli population centers, and it's not just Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv. It's also the northern city of Haifa that sits along the Mediterranean. It's the city of Jerusalem. Martha, you and I have been here together, and you know the complexity of this city and the people and the culture. People are afraid today. We arrived on scene, and there were more incoming ballistic missiles. You saw mothers picking up their kids, people picking up their pets and trying to carry them into a building to get shelter underground. It was a random office building that they went into, but they were stepping over glass and debris 2 blocks away from here because the blast wave from this ballistic missile was so huge that it caused damage to structures at that distance. And so again, we are joining you here from an impact site of a ballistic missile that was fired from Iran and directly hit Israel's second largest city. First responders say 1 woman was killed at this site, at least 20 others wounded. Martha?
So there was just a drone alert in southern Israel, the southernmost city of Eilat. I'll try to get you more information on that.
Absolutely. And as this was coming in, we were live on Fox, and you heard the explosion. Right away, John Roberts knew it was a direct impact. You can just tell from the noise that it makes and the blast force across the city. What we didn't know was what was hit and how much damage there was. At the same time, we saw those interceptions taking place. Israel has a tiered missile defense system, from the Iron Dome to David's Sling to the Arrow 2 and 3 system, along with the THAAD and Patriot American systems that were provided to the Israelis in preparation for a possible conflict developing. And so this layered air defense plays a critical role in Israel, and it is saving lives as we speak. But again, this is just starting, Martha, and while the Iranians have been hit hard, their supreme leader has been killed, they still have a significant ballistic missile arsenal, and they plan to use it.
I just want to mention real quick, U.S. Central Command just made a social media post, and they say the Iranian regime claims to have killed 50 U.S. service members. They say that's a lie. There have been no reported U.S. casualties, none. They say the Revolutionary Guard Iran claims a U.S. Navy ship was struck by missiles. They say that is a lie. No U.S. Navy ship has been struck. They say the Iranian regime is claiming severe damage at multiple U.S. bases. They say that is a lie. They say damage to U.S. installations was minimal and has not impacted operations. That's from U.S. Central Command. Some of our viewers have mentioned this. I did mention this before. Reportedly, there are unconfirmed reports that an Iranian drone or missile hit at Dubai's international airport. I don't have firm details on that. There is some video showing some damage at the Dubai International Airport. I have posted one such video on my X account, reposted from BNO News. But I don't have a lot of detail on that right now.
Lastly, could you just tell us about the alert level for the police force here in Israel? Obviously, this is a dynamic situation, incoming missile fire each and every hour. What are your officers doing to ensure that civilians are safe amid this time?
Well, we train for these types of things year-round. We've raised our alert levels to the highest level so that we can best prepare and best service our civilians. Our patrol units aren't just...
Really quick, I would like to thank our moderators. I really appreciate our moderators who are here. We have Charm Accents is moderating, and Havasu Mom over there on YouTube, and Roberts Mayqueen, and all of our other YouTube moderators. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Also over on Twitch, our moderators there, like Big Ball of Yarn, DeBears, LB Prairie Dawn, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Surly Dev, and Tariag. Big thanks. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. And also we have over on Facebook, if you just give me a moment, thanks for your patience. We have moderating right now over there. Margaret Riley, thank you, Margaret. And Paul Anderson, thank you so much for moderating there. We are bringing you live updates. The current time in Israel, 12:18 a.m. in Israel, 12:18 a.m. And in Iran, what is it in Iran? 1:38 a.m., 1:48 a.m., sorry, in Iran. Oh, is this going to be an update? Hold on a second. This might be a press update here. Hold on a second. Oh, they turned it off. Maybe they can't show it. Or maybe they made the camera leave. They might have made that camera leave. Well, we'll see. I'm going to go back to the Tel Aviv live shot, and I'll see what's going on with that feed. But yes, so that feed. Let's go to the Tel Aviv. I think that feed is over from the building with the damage. Here is the live shot from Tel Aviv right there. Hang on a moment. Give me one moment here. Why is this all messed up?
From command in the Israel police. It
Oh, no,
saves lives.
it's live. Hold on,
Try
it's
to
back.
avoid
It's back. It's
gathering
back.
at
Hold
these
on.
types of areas because we have police units who are
Hold
trying
on,
to
hold
go
on, hold
from
on.
house to house to listen if there's anybody, let's say, inside one of these buildings that is calling out for our help, or are in nearby houses. We need the roads clear to be able to get to them.
Can you tell us what's happening around the country? Can you sum up today?
Since the early morning, the Israel police has been on high alert. We've activated multiple units and specialized units. We have our standby units that were brought into the stations. We have our bomb squads who are on active patrol with our patrol units, so that way we can get to the scene as fast as possible. The second that there's an alert, we're already in the street and we can get to our citizens as fast as possible.
Sorry, I thought that feed was over, but it came back. Let me do something real quick here. Why is that acting all weird? Bear with me for a second here. Okay, that's good now. No, it's not good. Why is it like this? Oh, now it might be ending. All right, let me get the other shot back on the screen. Just let me get the Tel Aviv shot back on the screen. Bear with me for a second. Thank you. I just need to do this. Hang on. We're getting this on the screen for you. Okay, there is the Tel Aviv feed. Hold on. Fit to screen. Thank you. Give me one more moment here. Thanks for your patience. Here is Tel Aviv right there. Oopsie. That's not the site of a missile impact. That's just the live shot of Tel Aviv. Okay, and keep that up there for you. What I also want to do is put this down here. And get some, see if we get some volume from there. And let's see what other updates I have right now. Secretary Rubio is no longer going to Jerusalem. He was supposed to go March 2nd and March 3rd, Secretary Rubio, but he will not be going. Oh, Faytuck's network posted a report from Channel 12 Israel about the Dubai airport. So let me pull that up and see if I can find more on that. Thanks for your patience here. The Channel 12 Israel says in that direct hit on an apartment building in Tel Aviv by an Iranian missile, which we were watching the video of, a woman in her 40s was pronounced dead and another injured is in serious condition. Trey Yink said 20 were injured. Okay, yes, here is a report from Channel 12. I'm looking at it myself. Faytux Network posted about it as well. But regarding oh, hold on. Oh, no, that might have been a different airport. The Channel 12 report is about Dubai Airport, not Doha Airport. Channel 12 says Dubai confirmed an Iranian drone hit one of the airport's halls. 4 crew members were injured and received immediate medical treatment. Minor damage was caused to one of the departure halls. Most of the terminals were evacuated in advance of passengers. So again, I'm going to read that again. That's an update from Channel 12. Update from Israel's Channel 12 on Dubai Airport. Hat tip at Faytux Network. So, again, Israel's Channel 12 says that Dubai Airport was hit by an Iranian drone. It hit one of the airport's halls. 4 crew members were injured and received immediate medical treatment. Minor damage was caused to one of the departure halls. Most of the terminals were evacuated in advance of passengers. If you missed it, the famous Burj Al Arab Hotel in Dubai was hit by 1 or more Iranian drones, and there is video showing a fire at the base of the building. By the way, thank you very much to Section Behavior, who says we the people of Iran have been hoping and praying for freedom from this horrible regime for almost 50 years. That's what Section 8 Behavior says. Thank you also to a couple quick thank yous. Alfred, Ferdinand Zloof, Shadow Fox, Star Various, Nine Tail, Cosmic Fox, Willie Rock, Miss Curvy, Marvo Marverson, Eli Betts, Lidwine Elizabeth, Demol Sevich, LAR NCM, Fun Cats, Bertushil, Scoom, Atomic Punk, Seneca, Guron, Jonas Abe, MG, Viskid, Jonadon, IDW Hacky, John Oliver, C. Metin, couple more quickly. Cardinals Roost, Songbird, Powder Keg Pictures, Supernova, Persuasive Expeditioner. Sorry if I don't get everybody. Look, it's Mr. T, Juan Cabrera, Kerry Poteet, CJ Breaks Things, Gav House. Sorry if I don't get to everybody. I'll say some more in a bit. Jennifer Griffin. Oh, hold on. Iran might be. I'm keeping an eye on the UN. I want to hear Iran speak at the UN. So, looks like maybe a plane flying across there in Tel Aviv. When Iran speaks at the UN, I will put that on. If I'm keeping an eye on it. Jennifer Griffin of Fox News says that the U.S. military carried out. Hold on. Jennifer Griffin of Fox News says the U.S. military carried out nearly 900 strikes in the first 12 hours of the operation. A U.S. defense official told her. She said Iran, well, this as of an hour ago, Iran had fired about 300 missiles today. Again, she said as of an hour ago or so, Iran had fired about 300 missiles today. They have about 2,000 long-range missiles and 2,000 shorter-range missiles. So think about that. If they fired 300 today and they have 4,000 missiles, that means that they have about, they used up about 1/11 of their missiles. Just to give you a sense of how many missiles they have. I don't know how many interceptors. I mean, the U.S. is helping Israel, shoot down missiles. But as more missiles get fired, there could be a shortage of interceptors as well. In Bahrain, at the 5th Fleet headquarters of the U.S., the Iranians hit an empty warehouse and a radar facility, radar installation, the dome seen in the video from the strike. There are multiple redundancies, says a U.S. defense official, and nothing that has happened has affected the mission. What? Oh, hold on. Iran is speaking. Iran speaking at the UN. Iran speaking. Wait. Iran is speaking at the UN. If I can get it on the screen here. Hang on. Let me get this for you. Right. I'm getting Iran on the screen for you. Just give me a moment here. Why can't I get? Oh, I see what's happening. Sorry. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Okay, that's off. Now let me get Iran on. I got to turn the audio off. Turning the Iran audio on, and I'll get the Iran video for you.
It is not only an act of aggression, it is a war crime and a crime against humanity. Yet today, once again, the representative of the United States, through a regrettable pattern, has attempted to distort facts and rely on misinformation to justify the blatant aggression of the United States and Israel against my country. The facts, however, are unequivocal. The justification advanced by the representative of the United States today are illegal and entirely devoid of legal foundation. The baseless allegation invoked to defend this unlawful use of force have no standing under international law. The invocation of preemptive attack claims of imminent threats or other substantiated political claims cannot legitimize aggression. Such claims are unfounded legally, morally, and politically, and they contradicted the clear principles of the Charter of the United Nations. I also categorically reject the assertion made by the representative of France, the United Kingdom, and certain other Western members regarding Iran's peaceful nuclear program. These claims lack a factual and legal basis. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of the Israeli regime have openly claimed responsibility for this act of aggression and have explicitly articulated regime change as their objective, an unmistakable admission of their intent to violate Iran's sovereignty and territorial integrity. The President of the United States has falsely described this aggression as necessary to neutralize an imminent threat to the American people. This is nothing more than a deliberate attempt to mislead the international community and the US public opinion and manufacture consent for unlawful war. Similarly, the representative of the United States has cynically sought to mislead this Council, yet history provides ample documentation that the foreign policy of the United States has repeatedly relied on unlawful force, covert intervention, and political manipulation to alter the governments of other member states. This record is well established. The reality is clear and undeniable. What is taking place today against my country by the United States and the terrorist regime of Israel is a blatant act of aggression, a full-fledged violation of international law. No justification, no accusation, no narrative of disinformation can legitimize or excuse this manifest crime and aggression. Mr. President, we have communicated on several occasions with this Council and the Secretary General about warmongering statements and interfering actions in the internal affairs of Iran by the President of the US in a blatant violation of the UN Charter and international law, and called for the Council action. Regrettably, all were unanswered. The issue before the Council is straightforward: whether any member state may, including a permanent member of this Council, through the use of force, coercion, or aggression, determine the political future of another state or impose control over its affairs. International law and the Charter are explicit on this matter. Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the Charter categorically prohibits the threats of use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. Mr. President, against this backdrop, I would like to make the following points. 1. What is occurring against my country is a clear act of aggression. It is an open armed aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran. The United States and Israel war today is not merely a war against Iran. It is a war against the Charter of the United Nations, a war against international law, and a war against the international legal order upon which the United Nations and the Security Council have been built for over 8 decades. As the Charter affirms, the United Nations was established to save succeeding generations from a scourge of war. The Charter, adopted in 1945, is founded upon this fundamental principle. Members shall refrain from threat or use of force in international relations. The sole exception is the inherent right of self-defense under Article 51, and only in the event of an armed attack. The military aggression carried out by the United States and Israel satisfies none of the criteria of lawful self-defense. Accordingly, the action of the United States and Israel constitute a manifest violation of Article 2, a peremptory norms and a fundamental principle of international law accepted by all member states. Neither the Charter nor international law recognize internal matters of a state as justification for the use of force by other states. Were this otherwise, no international legal order could endure. The rule of law would be replaced by the rule of force. 2. In responding to aggression and large-scale war, the Islamic Republic of Iran is exercising its inherent and lawful right of self-defense under Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations. The armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran are utilizing all the necessary defensive capabilities and means to confront this criminal aggression and deter the hostile acts. Consequently, all bases, facilities, and assets of the hostile forces in the region shall be regarded as legitimate military objective within the framework of Iran's lawful exercise of self-defense. Iran will continue to exercise its right of self-defense decisively and without hesitation, until the aggression ceases in full and unequivocal terms. 3. Iran remains firmly committed to respecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of its neighboring countries. Under no circumstances will we target the sovereignty, people, or interests of our neighboring countries in the Persian Gulf. Our legitimate response have been directed solely and exclusively at the bases and assets of the hostile government of the United States that operate beyond the control of the host states. Priority has been given to the targets that diminish the aggressor capability and capacity to continue its malign actions. We had previously and formally conveyed this warning to the Secretary General and the Security Council. 4. Despite continuous U.S. hostile policy, we were sincerely and seriously pursuing the path of diplomacy and dialogue to reach a just, fair, and sustainable agreement. Yet, for the second time in the midst of the negotiation, the United States betrayed diplomacy and resorted to force and launched an attack against my country in blatant violation of Charter of the United Nations, brazenly interfering in Iran's internal affairs. They are even calling on the people to riot against their own government. The recent record of the United States toward Iran is equally clear. Since January 2025, the U.S. administration reinstated the hostile approach, including the policy of so-called maximum pressure and economic strangulation through sweeping sanctions. The General Assembly has repeatedly voted by overwhelming majorities against such unilateral coercive measures. The objective of these illegal measures has been transparent, unconditional surrender. Despite repeated warning by Iran to the Secretary General and the Council regarding serious violation of the Charter by a permanent member, the Council has regrettably failed to discharge its primary responsibility, allowing the erosion of the rule of law in favor of the rule of force. 5. Just as the Israeli regime succeeded in dragging the United States into the quagmire of war with Iran, the United States in turn is deliberately seeking to expand the scope of the conflict by exploiting its bases in the Persian Gulf region. The hostile U.S. government dream of swallowing Iran and forcing the Islamic Republic of Iran into submission will never be realized. This war, before being a contest of military equipment and advanced technologies, is a battle of wills, and in that battle, the Islamic Republic of Iran will prevail. Furthermore, the Islamic Republic of Iran has repeatedly affirmed its commitment to diplomacy and negotiation. However, it will never submit to pressure, coercion, or force. Diplomacy has rules and principles. It cannot coexist with aggression. 6. The duty of Council members is to defend international law and specifically the Charter. They are not called upon to judge the political system of states, nor to determine whether military aggression or economic siege leads to freedom or domination. Expression of concerns and empty condemnation are not sufficient. The Council must act. Pursuant to Article 39 of the Charter, the Security Council must immediately determine the United States and Israeli regime have committed an act of aggression and demand the immediate cessation of its unlawful use of force, including any explicit or implicit threats against Iran, and require binding assurance of non-repetition. Affirm that the United States and Israeli regime bear full international responsibility for all materials and moral damage inflicted upon the infrastructure and facilities of the Islamic Republic of Iran and are obligated to provide full reparation. Let me conclude, Mr. President, with a simple and undeniable truth. Israel and the United States have attacked Iran. They have violated international law and the Charter of the United Nations. They must be held accountable. So long as this aggression continues, Iran will continue to exercise its inherent right of self-defense firmly, proportionately, and without hesitation until the aggression ends. The Security Council must act now and stop this act of aggression immediately. Silence is complicity in this crime. I thank you.
That was
I thank
Iran.
the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran for the statement.
Hold on.
And I give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Israel is speaking
Mr.
now. Here is
President.
Israel is speaking at the UN.
For 47 years, the Islamic regime in Iran has led crowds in chanting Marjbar Israel, Marjbar America. Mr. Iravani, do you want to translate these chants? Your leaders have been chanting it for years in public events, in your parliament. Marjbar Israel, Marjbar America. They mean death to Israel, death to America. Israeli and American flags were painted on roads so they could be trampled. Our flags were burned in public squares. This is not the anger of a radical fringe. It is state-sanctioned hatred. And while those Marjbar chants echoed, uranium was enriched, centrifuges span, missiles were built, facilities were buried deep underground. It was never just empty rhetoric. It was preparation for action. But today, alongside our ally, the United States, we act to stop it. Israel stands before you today, having acted with the United States to confront and stop an existential threat before it became irreversible. The operation targets nuclear infrastructure, ballistic missile sites, the machinery of repression that fuels terror across our region. We did not act of impulse. We did not act of aggression. We acted out of necessity because the Iranian regime left no reasonable alternative. This joint effort will continue for as long as the threat remains. We thank President Trump and acknowledge the close cooperation between Israel and the US, which has brought the alliance between our countries to an all-time high in peace and in war. Let us be clear about what we are confronting. This regime has built nuclear weapons in blatant disregard of international law and UN resolutions. It has brutally murdered its own citizens and crushed dissent. It's happened now as we speak in cities in Iran. It has expanded missile arsenals and armed proxies across the region. It has openly declared its intention to erase Israel from the map. Now, as it faces consequences, it is launching missiles and drones across the region, endangering the UAE, where a Pakistani citizen, unfortunately, was killed. Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Iraq. As we speak, in the last hour, a rocket targeted the city of Tel Aviv. Civilians, they don't target military bases. Civilians struck a building in Tel Aviv. An innocent woman was killed, and 21 people were injured. This is a regime that destabilizes wherever it reaches. It spreads violence outward while crushing freedom at home. It is not reacting. It is expanding. It is a machinery of radicalism that does not recognize borders. Mr. President, diplomacy was exhausted. Iran was required to stop enriching uranium, stop heavy water projects, stop developing nuclear-capable missiles, and allow full inspections. Iran did none of it. Instead, it fortified its nuclear facilities so we cannot get to them, accelerated missile production, and continued to fund terror. Since the last operation in the summer, they spent billions on their proxies. The resolutions were clear. The strategy was just as clear. Delay, delay, delay. But we will not be played. And it's simple what they were planning. They were building the means to corner us, to force an irreversible reality with our backs against the wall. That is not a future Israel will accept. No responsible nation should. This operation is guided by clear objectives: eliminate immediate threats, dismantle the nuclear program, destroy its ballistic missile production, neutralize naval threats, break the proxy network that destabilizes the region. The operation was carried out in order to protect the people of Israel within the framework of the ongoing armed conflict between Israel and Iran, in line with the UN Charter and in accordance with international law. Our forces stand ready to stop extremism armed with nuclear weapons. To the soldiers of the IDF, our boys and girls, my son, my daughter, we salute you. You stand like lions defending our people. An entire nation stands behind you. We have heard the condemnation from few member states, from the Secretary General, but we all know that escalation did not begin today. It began when Iran armed proxies and exported terror, expanded missiles and drones, advanced its nuclear program in violation of its commitments, turned on its own people, beating, imprisoning, executing. Where was the outrage of the UN? Where were the consequences? Now, Israel acts to prevent an irreversible threat, and the condemnation is immediate. This is the definition of hypocrisy. Some call this aggression. We call it necessity. We call it survival. Mr. President, history has taught us never to ignore those who openly call for our destruction. When a regime says it will destroy Israel, when it chants death to Israel, when it promises to wipe Haifa and Tel Aviv off the map, we believe it. We genuinely believe it when we see those hundreds of ballistic missiles that they are launching to Israel. We believe the threats. We do not ignore them. We do not gamble with our survival. We act. Now let me address the brave people of Iran. You are not our enemies. This operation is not directed at you. It is directed at a regime that has silenced you, imprisoned you, and invested in missiles and uranium while your economy suffers. You deserve better. It is this regime, the Basij, the Revolutionary Guard, who have dragged your country into isolation. The world does not fear a free Iran. It fears a radical regime armed with nuclear weapons and driven by extremism. Your future should not be defined by those who chant for death. As President Trump has said, The Iranian people deserve dignity, security, and the chance to shape their own destiny. We are thinking about you. You are seen. You are not alone. The future of Iran belongs to its people. We stand with you. Mr. President, this week, Jewish families all around the world celebrate Purim. Many Israelis will do so now in a bomb shelter. The story of Purim happened more than 2,500 years ago, in the same place, in ancient Persia. An evil minister by the name of Haman sought to wipe out the Jewish people. And it began with words, with chants. It became a decree. It could have become a genocide. But Queen Esther refused to remain silent. She stepped forward. She spoke up. She acted before it was too late. That is the lesson we learned. It is not only an ancient lesson, it is a modern one. Last week, I stood at the gates of Auschwitz with dozens of UN ambassadors. We stood in a place that shows what happens when radicalism and extremism grows and no one stops it in time. Before the Holocaust, some leaders, serious leaders, believed that they could calm aggression with concessions. They were completely wrong. Giving in did not stop evil. It strengthened it. Winston Churchill understood what Queen Esther understood long before him. When destruction is declared and weapons are being prepared and assembled, leaders must act, not later, now. Today, President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu understand that same lesson. For decades, the Iranian regime has built missiles, enriched uranium, armed proxies, and spread terror far beyond its borders. This regime is not only Israel's enemy. It is an enemy of stability, an enemy of every peace-loving nation. In this joint operation, Israel and the US are acting together, not because we see conflict, because we refuse to ignore declared destruction. We are stopping extremism before it becomes unstoppable. We will ensure that no radical regime armed with nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles can threaten our people or the entire world. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Israel for the statement. I will now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Majid A. Abdulaziz.
Okay, so I'm going to get back to the updates. I'm going to get back to the updates now. But we just saw Iran and Israel speaking in the UN Security Council. So let me just get organized here. So I need to take this off the screen. I need to put this full screen. I need to, that's Tel Aviv. I need to get rid of this. And I need to put this up here. Okay. So I did want to give you a couple updates here. The official state news in the UAE state news said regarding the fire reported after a drone reportedly hit the famous Burj Al Arab hotel. They said the limited fire in the external facade of the hotel is under control with no injuries. That's what the hotel looks like. It's a famous hotel in Dubai. There is video of a fire at the base of it after apparently an Iranian drone hit it. They say the limited fire in the external facade of the hotel has now been extinguished with no injuries. So I wanted to pass that along. Israel said that they struck more targets in Iran. The IDF posted and said, I'll tell you in a second. The IDF said they thwarted dozens of missile launches, another wave of strikes completed targeting the Iranian terror regime's ballistic missile array and air defense systems in additional areas of central Iran. So the IDF says, a short while ago, the Air Force completed another wave of strikes targeting the ballistic missile array and aerial defense systems of the Iranian terror regime in western and central Iran. As part of the strikes, the Israeli Air Force deepened the damage and targeted several launch sites in central Iran that had not yet been struck, they said. One of the targets was a missile launch site in the Qum area of central Iran. This site stored Ghadr H-1 ballistic missiles carrying hundreds of kilograms of explosive, Israel said. The strike on the ballistic missile array and missile launch infrastructure thwarted dozens of launches toward the territory of the State of Israel and significantly degraded the regime's most central offensive capability. Here is, oops, it's not there yet. Hold on a second here. Here is an illustration from Israel of, this is the site, strike on ballistic missile launch sites in central and western Iran. Oop, you can't really see it all. Hold on, oops, sorry. I'll fix it so you can see it. Why is this like this? Hang on a moment here. I gotta fix this here. It's all messed up. There we go. Let me play this again for you. This illustration. This is from the Israeli Air Force. So you can see it says, Iran, strike on ballistic missile launch sites in central and western Iran. At this site, H-1 ballistic missiles were stored. 8R H-1 ballistic missiles were stored. All right. Then, hold on a moment. They also said they posted some video as well. I'm going to show you this, the Air Force. Yeah, here is some video that they posted, the Israeli Air Force. Why is this get all messed up here? Oops, hold on. Give me I gotta make a fix here. This is all messed up. Why is this so messed up? Oh, I see. Hang on. I'll fix it. I'll fix the video. In the meantime, I'm going to put on the screen the shot from Tel Aviv. You'll see it in a second. And then I'll fix... Actually, give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. I need to fix that video. Let me do that. Thanks for bearing with me. There, that's better. That's what I wanted. Okay, here. Here is the video that the Air Force posted of some of their recent strikes in Iran. Okay. Here is a live shot of Tel Aviv. The current time is 1:04 a.m. Israel time. And if I have that right, I think it's 2:34 a.m. Iran time. 2:35 Iran time. 1:04 Israel time a.m., 2:34 a.m. Iran time. Reuters says that UAE's defense ministry says it destroyed 132 missiles launched, intercepted 195 drones from Iran. I have seen some video clips that purport to show Iranian people celebrating the news of the death of the supreme leader in Iran. I don't know how widespread those celebrations are. We'll have to see how things all play out. Windy Lee, our viewer, says, where is this going? I don't know where it's going. President Trump wants the Iranian people to rise up and take over the government. We'll have to see what actually happens there. One of our viewers says, now what? Hey, thanks to Channeling Gary, Iroquois, Jimmy Dean, Jay Marquez, Miss Curvy, Navy veteran, Joss Gates, Sydney, Adele Bouyak, Sean Morris, Rock Z, Ed, News with Snacks, Axe Slinger, thank you. Also, hang on a moment here. On Twitch, Laughing Boy, Sick Callie, Zatho Gear, Toolman Tim, Bam Bananas CC, Connecticut Illusions, Stubmaster, Johannes Creekhammer, Pentahook Lake Girl, Moose Dog Saints Van Meat Missile. How many days is this going to go on, or weeks? I don't know. Thanks also Ladina Mita and Ronald Gibbs, R.M. Gibbs. We'll see if during the evening there are more missile launches or drone launches from Iran. We'll take some comments from you guys as well, trying to get some more updates here. In his statement, President Trump said, oops, hold on. President Trump in his statement said that on Truth Social that the heavy and pinpoint bombing will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. Who is in charge in Iran now, said our viewer. That I cannot tell you. I don't know. We should discuss that a bit. Hang on, I'm just checking a couple things here. Washington Post says internet access in Iran has been restricted and the Revolutionary Guard has sent radio transmissions saying no ship is allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. I saw an update about the Strait of Hormuz. Strait of Hormuz is a strategic waterway off the coast of Iran where I know a lot of oil shipments pass through there. I did see a report about that a little while ago. Let me see if I can find that. I have not seen any kind of report saying Iran has actually closed the Strait of Hormuz. I saw a report saying, Javier Blas, who is with Bloomberg, reported that multiple oil companies and traders have asked their tankers to wait on either side of the Strait of Hormuz for now. Everyone is watching on whether the Iranian Navy or the Revolutionary Guard moved to lay mines and on whether the U.S. made good on its promise to neutralize the Iranian Navy. Roger thinks the Iranian Navy can't do it. Yeah, see, that I don't know, so we'll keep an eye on that. I'll let you know if I hear of anything. Hold on a second. Pat W. sent me something from the government of Dubai media that said a drone was intercepted and debris caused a minor fire on the outer facade of the Burj Al Arab Hotel in Dubai. No injuries. Fire under control. This is live video from Tel Aviv. This is a live video. I have a different video from Tel Aviv. This is a better one. I have a video from Haifa available if we need it. I'd like to maybe get you some analysis here. Oh, you know, I don't think I've played you. Netanyahu made a speech. Do I have Netanyahu's speech in English? Because I don't think we even ever watched that. If I have it here. Hey, let's watch right here what Prime Minister... let's see what Prime Minister Netanyahu said. I think we have at least the... hold on. You're going to hear... This is all in Hebrew? Okay. So let's... What I want to do... Hold on. I know you're hearing it in Hebrew. What I want to do is look at what Prime Minister Netanyahu said. It's captioned in English, so we can read the English caption here. So here is what Prime Minister Netanyahu said. This statement got released a couple hours ago. Let's see what the captions say. A good week to you, my brothers and sisters, citizens of Israel. This morning, Israel and the U.S. launched a combined operation to remove the existential threat posed to Israel by the regime of the Ayatollahs in Iran. As I told, I think this whole thing is actually printed below. Oh, we can read it below. Hold on. So let's just go over it. It's actually, the text is here. He says, a good week to you, my brothers and sisters, citizens of Israel. This morning, Israel and the U.S. launched a combined operation to remove the existential threat posed to Israel by the regime of the Ayatollahs in the Iran. Netanyahu continues. As I told you this morning, hold on, there's an alert of some sort. There's a drone alert right now, just so you know, a drone alert in northern Israel, northeastern Israel, Golan Heights area, maybe? Close to the Syria border and Lebanon border. I don't have a camera there. But that is it's a drone alert right there. So I'll keep an eye on that. Again, I don't have a camera up there. But just letting you know about that. That is from the So Far Red Alert map. Okay. In the meantime, let me just go back to what Netanyahu said. He said, today, he said, this fateful operation will continue as long as necessary. It requires patience. I thank my friend President Trump for his historic leadership. He is a leader who stands by his word. Netanyahu says, I spoke with Trump again this morning, and I welcome the close cooperation between us, a cooperation that has brought the alliance between Israel and the U.S. to an all-time high, an alliance for peace and an alliance in war, and this war will lead to peace, a true peace. Both Trump and Netanyahu saying this will lead to peace. Again, a drone alert in northeastern Israel. Let's continue here. Prime Minister Netanyahu says, for 47 years, the Ayatollah regime has chanted death to Israel and death to America. It has spilled our blood, murdered many Americans, and slaughtered its own people. Today, everyone understands this murderous terrorist regime must never be allowed to arm itself with nuclear weapons that would enable it to threaten our existence and the peace of all humanity. We have gone to battle to change the situation, to put an end to the threat. On the second day of the War of Redemption, I promised you we will change the face of the Middle East. We did so in Operation Rising Lion, and we are doing so with even greater force now in Operation Roaring Lion. This morning, in a powerful surprise attack, we destroyed the compound of the tyrant, Supreme Leader Khamenei, in the heart of Tehran. For 3.5 decades, this cruel tyrant has exported terror around the world, made his people miserable, and worked tirelessly on the plan to destroy Israel. That plan is no more, and there are many signs that the tyrant himself is no more. President Trump has now announced that Khamenei is dead. This morning, he said, This morning, we neutralized senior officials in the regime of the Ayatollahs, commanders of the Revolutionary Guards, and top figures in the nuclear program. We will continue in the coming days. We will strike thousands of targets belonging to the terrorist regime. We will create the conditions for the brave Iranian people to liberate themselves from the chains of tyranny. So both Trump and Netanyahu says that after this military operation, after these attacks, the people of Iran will be able to take over the country. Therefore, I turn to you again. I turn once again to you, the citizens of Iran. Do not miss this opportunity. It is a once-in-a-generation chance. Do not sit idly by, for soon your moment will arrive, the moment when you will be called to take to the streets in your masses. Both Trump and Netanyahu explicitly have told the Iranian people in the last day that when we're done, the country will basically be yours for the taking, and rise up and take it over. They have both explicitly said this. You will be called to take to the streets in your masses, to take to the streets, to finish the job, to topple the regime of horrors that embitters your lives. Your suffering and sacrifice will not be in vain. The help you have prayed for, that help has arrived. And now the time has come for you to unite for a historic mission. Citizens of Iran, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Abkhazians, and Baluchis, this is your time to join forces, topple the regime, and secure your future. My dear citizens of Israel, throughout the war of redemption, I have drawn great strength from your steadfastness. You did not fall into the traps of gloom and despair. On the contrary, you stood tall, you backed our heroic fighters, you backed the government, and you backed me to lead the struggle for our existence. This is exactly how a nation that desires life behaves, a nation of lions. In the coming days as well, we will all be required to maintain that same steadfastness and that same iron discipline in following the home front command's instructions. Dear citizens of Israel, there is great symbolism in the fact that today is the 11th of Adar. On this date, 160 years ago, the national hero Joseph Trumpeldor fell in the Battle of Tel Aviv. His legacy and his heroism pulse within us. At the monument to his memory, at the peak of the Galilee Panhandle where he fell with his 7 comrades, the statue of the roaring lion was erected. Many times throughout my life, I visited there. When I looked at the statue, I always saw you, I always saw us, the people of Israel. With God's help, the lion's roar of our soldiers and our pilots and our citizens is now being heard throughout the entire world. And today, more than ever, the whole world knows, Am Yisrael Chai, the people of Israel live. So again, both Netanyahu and Trump have explicitly, publicly told the Iranian people that this military operation, this war against Iran, will create conditions for them to rise up and take over the country, and they said this is their opportunity to do it. They need to do it. What will actually happen there, I don't know. The Economist has an article about this situation. They say, The Economist says, so far, Iran seems to be, in its response, targeting American bases in the neighboring Gulf countries. Well, we've also seen them now target, different other well-known sites like Dubai Airport and that well-known hotel in Dubai. The Economist says if the conflict escalates, there is a wide range of cities and energy infrastructure where they could wreak havoc with implications for global energy supplies. Iran could urge its proxies in the region to join the war. The scale of Iranian retaliation will influence the course of the American-Israeli campaign, says The Economist. Despite the large buildup, America and Israel will only be capable of continuing a war at full tempo for a few weeks before their munition stockpiles falter. But regime change is extremely unlikely to be achieved within days and by air power alone, says The Economist. Iran's leadership has prepared for this and will be in bunkers. Now, at this point, when the time this article was written, they did not know, The Economist, that Khamenei had been killed, by the way. But they do say, The Economist, the regime has already appointed standby replacements for any officials who are killed. Neither is it likely that protests will resume while missiles are flying, which is a point I understand. An Israeli intelligence analyst observes, when bombs are falling, people don't take to the streets. The Economist says, Mr. Trump has repeatedly promised not to repeat the mistakes of the Iraq War, in which America sent ground troops to occupy another country for years. He will have to decide within days if enough has been achieved in the first wave of strikes to declare victory. The first stage of this war has been meticulously planned, but no battle plan ever lasts beyond its first encounter with reality. Although America and Israel have unleashed a mighty war machine, Iran's Islamic regime has long been preparing for this day. It is unlikely to leave without a fight, says The Economist. You can read their article titled, America and Israel Bomb Iran, Aiming to Topple Its Regime. Barack Ravid reported today that he had talked to President Trump, and Barack Ravid said that he is with Axios. President Trump told him that he has several off-ramps. He said, I can go long and take over the whole thing or end it in 2 or 3 days and tell the Iranians, see you again in a few years if you start rebuilding your nuclear and missile programs, said Trump to Barack Ravid. Trump also said in any case it will take them several years to recover from this attack, which is interesting because when he talks like that, that doesn't seem like somebody who's anticipating a regime change, right? Because President Trump, in his video that came out shortly after the attack began, he said that when the U.S. and Israel were done, the country would be the people's for the taking. So if you think the people are going to take over the country, then that seems like a very different mindset than when he told Barack Ravid in an interview. In any case, it'll take them several years to recover from this attack. So I don't know what's going to happen there. Maybe time for a poll question. Maybe time for a poll question. The poll question will be, will this attack end with regime change in Iran? By regime change, I don't mean a new supreme leader. I mean regime change, the overthrow of the Iranian theocratic regime. I'm going to post this poll right now and see what you guys think about it. Yes or no is the question. Netanyahu and Trump have both called for this. Or should I say, will this attack be followed by, because it would be after the attack, will this attack be followed by regime change in Iran? I am posting the poll right now. I just posted it on YouTube. I'm going to post it right now on Twitch. And I will post it on Facebook as well if you give me a second. And we'll see what you guys said about it. Hang on a moment. Let me... Here, doing it right now. Getting it posted on Facebook, which always takes a little longer. Polls. Yes, no, save. Activate poll. It seems like it's not, oh, it is maybe working. All right, so I asked you guys, I said, will this attack be followed by regime change in Iran? Let's see what you have to say about this. Over on YouTube, if I can pull it up here, I'm trying to. Oh, hold on a second. Everything is a little messed up right now. I think I'm finally ready to put it up there. Here it is. I am posting it right now. Over on YouTube, here is the current vote in the poll. Will this attack be followed by regime change in Iran? 57% say yes. 43% say no. How about Twitch? What does Twitch have to say? Will this attack be followed by regime change in Iran? Different view on Twitch. 57% say no. Over on Facebook, 55% say yes. 45% on Facebook say no. YouTube and Facebook say yes. Twitch says no. Do we have more alerts? I'm not seeing any current alerts myself. Oh, is there a pre-alert? Hold on a moment. Yes, we have... hold on a second here. Yes. Oh, hold on. No. The IDF says 2 drones launched from Iran towards the Israel were intercepted. 2 drones were intercepted by Israel, launched from Iran in the north, and 1 drone launched by Iran towards the south of Israel has also been intercepted. So Israel says it intercepted 3 drones launched from Iran. Okay? And a pre-alert for missile alerts. Oh no, I don't know if it's missiles or drones. Let's see. Yeah, a pre-alert for possible missile alerts coming up in the U.S. Not in U.S. Not in the U.S. In Israel, not in the U.S. In Israel. So thanks for voting in our poll. Let's now get back to this and see about these alerts. Again, there was a pre-alert that came out and said in a few minutes they expected alerts in Israel, which I assume will be missile alerts. So keeping an eye on that, and Thanks for voting in our Facebook poll as well. All right, I have my eyes out to on the alert map. I'm looking right now. I don't see anything yet on the alert map. Oh, let me get prepared here. Hold on a moment. I have to get on the screen in front of me so I can see it a different. Here. Is this the one I want? I have two feeds from. No, I thought I wanted a different one. I have Tel Aviv, I have Jerusalem. I want Haifa. Hold on. I'm pulling up the Haifa feed. I'm pulling up the Haifa feed right now. I am pulling up the Haifa feed. Give me a moment. It takes a second for me to get that up on the screen and switch over to it. Oh, I'm seeing some activity in Haifa. Hold on. I'm seeing it looks like one interceptor going up to the sky in Haifa, but I just need to get that on the screen for you. I just switched over to it. Hang on, guys. I am pulling up the Haifa feed right now. Give me a second here. I can see it. There's Haifa right there. Haifa. I think an interceptor just went up. That is Haifa. I'll put Tel Aviv up there too. I think maybe they just showed an interceptor going up on the Haifa stream. But let me get them both on the screen for you. I need this, and I'm going to put this small. We have Tel Aviv and Haifa. But I don't see any alerts on them. Oh, there are alerts right now. Alerts by Haifa. Alerts by Haifa right now. There are alerts by Haifa. Alerts by Haifa. We have the Haifa feed up here. That's the only shot I have from Haifa is this camera that you're looking at right now. For the moment, I'm going to make. All right. Let me get rid of the. Here we go. Haifa, sirens in Haifa. Sirens in Haifa. Right now. Sirens in Haifa right now. Most of the alerts have disappeared, but there's one still there. All right, on my alert map, the alerts have just disappeared. We're looking at the Haifa live shot. There were a bunch of, I don't know if maybe a missile. We're seeing a light in the sky on the top there. Hey, we're seeing right now, look, interceptors, breaking news, interceptors going up right now. Wow. Interceptors going up into the sky in Haifa right now. You can see them on the screen, maybe seeing interceptors going up right now on the screen, in the middle of the screen, right there. More of them going up, more interceptors. Wow. We're seeing a bunch of them, look at this. I think we've seen about 6 or 7 go up, interceptors, in the last couple minutes. Whoa. You hear them flying through the sky. I just heard a boom. We're hearing booms, maybe interceptions right now. I just saw a flash. Maybe another interception right there. Another boom. Wow. Look at several booms. We are seeing, I don't know if any of these are hits or if these are all interceptions. Low on the horizon, several bright flashes there on the Haifa cam. Another big flash. Wow. Another one just, look at this one. You'll see one in a second. Right there, another one. We've seen about 5 or 6 bright flashes in that area on the horizon. I don't know if, if anything is hit directly. Also, I don't know, you can have debris fall down. So in the distance there, we saw a bunch of those interceptors go up and in a number of what appear to be maybe interceptions. Could be a failed interception too, as one of our viewers said. So I'm going to check on reports from Israel, but we just saw a bunch of activity there on the Haifa cam in northern Israel. Let me check on reports from Israel. Those are the only alerts I saw were the ones in the north. So I'm waiting to hear updates about what happened. Oh, hold on a moment. I'm seeing that I think there was another pre-alert. Another pre-alert has just come out. More warnings expected in the coming minutes, I believe in the center of the country. So we may be switching the camera angle shortly to a different camera shortly, depending on where these alerts are. I have a Tel Aviv cam, I have a Jerusalem cam. So let's just wait and see what happens with the next alerts here. Hang on, let me do this. Let me get the Jerusalem cam handy. I can see the Jerusalem cam right now. Let me just make sure I can get it on the screen here for you. This will be, just in case I need it, I want to make sure I can get it on the screen for you. Hang on. No, that's not it. There's Jerusalem. You'll see it pop up in a second. So at least I have it ready. Alerts now. Hold on. Where are the new alerts? Oh, yes. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, Jerusalem. Hold on. Let me pull up Jerusalem. Jerusalem cam live. Alerts in Jerusalem. I have a second Jerusalem cam in and around Jerusalem. This is Jerusalem, Israel. Alerts in Jerusalem. Right now. Right now. You're looking at Jerusalem right now. I should have a second camera if I can get it on the screen in time. Alerts in Jerusalem. You are hearing them right now. two shots from Jerusalem. That's the other one. Those are both Jerusalem. Now I'm seeing the alerts to the east and the west of Jerusalem, not right in Jerusalem, but we'll have to see. I haven't seen any interceptors go up. I haven't seen any interceptors go up yet from either of these two shots. I just heard a boom. I just heard a boom, I can tell you that. Maybe an interception. Again, a few to the east, northwest, and one to the northeast of Jerusalem right now. Again, I have not seen any interceptors go up on these cameras. I have to check if there were any impacts in Haifa. We saw a short while ago, we saw a number of interceptors and explosions in the sky on the Haifa Strait. Oh, more alerts. Haifa, or no, Tel Aviv alerts right now. Hang on a moment. Tel Aviv alerts right now. Let's get the Tel Aviv stream up right now. There's Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv alerts. I got to turn the volume on. The volume is on. Let me turn the volume off on the other two. Tel Aviv, Israel alerts. Sirens right now in Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv. Breaking news. Breaking news. Camera going to the sky. We're seeing an interceptor. We're seeing an interceptor or something flying through the sky right now. Watching something flying through the sky. We're seeing flashes in the sky, lights in the sky in Tel Aviv right now. I don't know if this is a missile flying through. A couple of lights in the sky. Look at this, live Tel Aviv. Oh, something's coming down. I don't know if that's debris. Whoa, 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 it's coming down. I don't know if that's a missile or debris, but it is coming down. It's coming down towards Tel Aviv. And maybe debris, I don't know. We'll see. And we just saw it fall to the ground. We just saw it fall to the ground. I don't know what happened there. I know there's a red line on the screen. I'll try to fix that in a second. I don't want to touch anything while we're looking at this. Let me try to hit refresh here. Hopefully this works. Okay. Sorry. Get the volume up. I got that fixed. The red line will be gone in a second. Okay. So I don't know if we just saw some debris fall down, debris or something. It was either a missile or debris or an interceptor debris or whatever it was. But something fell down. And I'll have to look for reports from Israeli news on what happened. Let's see here. Are there more alerts right now? More alerts, Haifa, north of Haifa. Alerts in the north. Hold on, I'll pull up the Haifa feed. It might be too far north for that, though. Hold on. Oh, I got it. It'll take me a second to get the Haifa feed up. Sorry, there's too much going on here. So, but there's alerts actually north of Haifa. North, and I don't know that the Haifa camera will catch those. Yeah, these are not, the alerts are at the very north of the country, are quite far north of the country, across the north. And then some in the east of the country. So I'll try to get over to the Haifa's camera right now, but I'm not seeing anything on it at the moment, but I'm going to pull up the Haifa camera anyway for you. Takes me a second here to switch over to it. I have it in front of me, the Haifa camera. So let me get the Tel Aviv camera off and the Haifa camera on. There is Haifa. Not hearing anything at the moment, but the alerts are north of Haifa. Right now, there are a number of alerts. Acre, I think it is, Israel, which is the north. Hold on. Look, right here. Look. We're seeing things in the sky, I think. Maybe in the distance there. I just saw something at the top. So I think this camera is pointing right there. Something is flying through the sky. This is the Haifa cam. Something, either a missile or an interceptor flying through. You're watching the Haifa cam right now. We did see something flying through. Again, I believe it's in the distance to the north. It was following it for a sec, then we didn't really see anything. Now the camera is zooming in. So we've had alerts in and near Haifa, in Jerusalem, and Tel Aviv just in the last few minutes. We did see a number, originally on the Haifa cam, we saw a number of interceptors and explosions in the sky. I got to see if there's been any kind of reports of impacts. Let me change the headline here. U.S. and Israel attack Iran. Khamenei dead. The supreme leader is dead. I'll say killed. Now, let me see what I can find out about these, if there were impacts. N12 News reports in Iran of attacks in Iran in a number of areas. Shiraz, Bandar Abbas, Dezful, Shush, Urnia, and other cities in Iran. So I just saw a new report from N12 News Israel that there are attacks reported in a number of parts of Iran. Also, initial report of a missile fall in the Jerusalem area, says N12 News. So I'm seeing some reports of new attacks by Israel and or the U.S. in Iran. Hearing a siren on this stream. I don't know what that's about. Hang on, I'm just checking some different reports here. I don't have live cameras from Iran, but there are reports of new strikes in Iran. Jerusalem Post says there have been reports of rocket slash or missile slash shrapnel landing sites in several areas around in or around Jerusalem. So we'll have to wait for more updates on that. We'll see what the local reporting in Israel is. We were covering earlier one Iranian missile earlier tonight hit an apartment building in Tel Aviv, killing a woman in her 40s, seriously injuring a man in his 30s. And so seriously injuring a man in his 40s, and there were moderately injuring one other person, 2 other people, and then 17 others lightly injuring. So basically 1 killed and around 20 injured in that what was a direct hit on an apartment building by a missile in Tel Aviv. We were covering that with video earlier of the scene. Oh, Abu Dhabi airports said somebody had been killed at an Abu Dhabi airport? Hold on a second. Hang on. Okay. This is Abu Dhabi airports. I have a new message from them. Abu Dhabi airport says there was a drone that was intercepted that targeted Zayed International Airport. That led to the fall of shrapnel, resulting in 1 death of an Asian person, Asian nationality, and 7 injuries. It's the primary airport in Abu Dhabi. The competent authorities in Abu Dhabi are dealing with an incident resulting from the interception of a drone that targeted Zayed International Airport, where the interception operation led to the fall of shrapnel, resulting in 1 death of Asian nationality and 7 injuries. That is from the Abu Dhabi airport's account. Now, I don't know where they're getting this. Fatex News claims that locals are saying there are intense explosions in and around Shiraz, Iran. Let me check some Iranian reports and see what they say. See if I can find anything about that. Again, there have been reports in the last few minutes of explosions, new attacks in Iran. Oh, I think, did Pete Hegseth release a statement? Yes, new statement from Secretary of Defense / Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. Here's what he posted a few minutes ago. He says, overnight on President Trump's orders, the Department of War commenced Operation Epic Fury, the most lethal, most complex, and most precise aerial operation in history. The Iranian regime had their chance, yet refused to make a deal, and now they are suffering the consequences. For almost 50 years, Iran has targeted and killed Americans, always seeking the world's most powerful weapons to further their radical cause. Last night, unlike any previous president, President Trump began dealing with this cancer. We will not tolerate powerful missiles targeting the American people. Those missiles will be destroyed, along with Iran's missile production. The Iranian Navy will be destroyed. And as President Trump has said his entire life, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. The United States did not start this conflict, but we will finish it. If you kill or threaten Americans anywhere in the world, as Iran has, then we will hunt you down and we will kill you. Our warriors are the best in the world, and they are fully unleashed to achieve our objectives. May God's providence protect them in this vital mission. That is from Secretary of War, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Posting a link of some possible damage in Bahrain that Joe Truzman posted. I posted a link in the chat. Okay, the Magen David Adom, I think you pronounce it, which is, they are the Israel Emergency Medical Services, reports that there are no reports of casualties, from the latest Iranian missile barrage. We saw alerts in and near Jerusalem, Haifa, and Tel Aviv. No reports of casualties from that latest barrage, according to the MDA in Israel. N12 News reports, contrary to reports of the Strait of Hormuz being closed in recent hours, at least 2 tankers have crossed the Strait of Hormuz, 1 in each direction. A quick thank you to Shaf and Chandra, our moderator. Thank you, Chandra. I appreciate that. One Act CD, Andrew Schlegel, Bear 58, Be Blessed Moments. Thank you. Rokai 177, Vihinger, Steve Balt, Anna, Third Eye Mediations, HZ. Also, I Only Emerged After Dark, Vast Majority, Megan Jenkins, Josh Gates, Chris WW, Jamie Mitchell, Sean Morris, Aisha Explains All, Elijah Denton, and Lucia Harizo, One Chill Hill. A couple more here I got behind. Olesia ADD, The Ghost to J Speed, Res JR, Prod, Catcherad, Fairhall, Cecile 47, Breakfast for One. I think I've caught up there. And also Mr. Mermelstein. Thank you. Also Meat Missile on Twitch out here in the suburbs. Dilgeworn, Lowjack Rick, AJ Fisher Girl, Kenny K on Twitch, Matt VDWW, Ivory John, Laughing Boy, Sick Call. Thank you, Vic Duniek. Thank you, Vic. Also on Facebook, Tielina Wood, Maxie Puig, Kristen McConnell Gates, Amy Cluck, and Sandy Zapp. Thank you for the stars. And thank you, Golden Kitty on YouTube for the memberships. So we're bringing you live coverage. It is 2:08 Israel time, correct? Let me see here. I got to double check. 2:08 a.m. Israel time, and I believe it's 3:38 a.m. Iran time. Yes, 3:38 a.m. Iran time. Thank you also, Shaf, and also Artorius Plays. Thank you. Joe Trusman reports that fire continues to burn at the Jebel Ali port in Dubai after shrapnel from an interception set parts of the site on fire. I will post a link in the chat to that. Thanks also, Cash Melody Music. The Emirates news agency, State News in the UAE, says debris from an intercepted aircraft, let me show you this. That would be a drone, I assume. Debris from an intercepted drone sparked a fire at Jebel Ali port in the UAE. The situation is under control with no injuries reported. The Israeli Defense Force just announced that Homefront Command said people are now permitted to leave their protected spaces, but remain near them. That's what Homefront Command says in Israel. You can leave your protected spaces, but you need to remain near them. I'm seeing unconfirmed video online that claims to be of an attack on the port of Bushehr in southwestern Iran. From an account I follow that is a reliable account. The Hot News. They claim they have video from an attack on the port of Bushehr in southwestern Iran. We've been hearing reports of many targets during the day in Iran. I cannot tell you exactly what's been hit. I would not be surprised if in the coming day there's new satellite footage that comes out where people start analyzing it and look at what's been hit. N12 News, Asaf Rosenzweig reports, attacks in Iran continue into the night. Reports of explosions in Shiraz, Bandar Abbas, and other cities. Also, N12 News says Qatar's Ministry of Defense says we intercepted 18 ballistic missiles in various areas of the country. Al Jazeera says the Bahrain Ministry of the Interior says Bahrain International Airport was targeted by a drone, causing material damage but no casualties. So a drone hit the Bahrain International Airport. Let me check for some updates here. While I have a second. I don't know why people are saying alerts. There are not alerts. You must be looking at old alerts. There are not alerts right now. Thank you to Sino C. Thank you, Sino C. Also, Jasper and Trod 002 and Cognac. Thank you. Also, Tony Buttafuoco, Cash Melody Music, and Artorius Plays. President Trump again announced that the supreme leader of Iran, only the second supreme leader in the history of the Iranian theocratic republic, the Islamic Republic, which took power in 1979. There have only been two supreme leaders, Khomeini and Khamenei. Well, Ali Khamenei has been killed today in the joint U.S.-Israel attack on Iran. He was 86 years old. He spent more than 3 decades as the supreme leader. Israel said that they began the attack by trying to take out Iranian leadership. And they said they spent months planning it, and intelligence revealed to them that Iranian leadership was gathering at several sites, and they launched the attack. Khamenei was supreme leader since 1989. The Washington Post said he wielded ultimate political and religious authority in the Islamic Republic, outranking the elected president and overseeing the country's armed forces, internal security apparatus, judiciary, state media, and foreign policy. Who will take over for him? The Post also says the status of the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, is unclear. He has not been heard from since the attacks began. The Iranian vice president announced plans to take over the administration of the country, says the Washington Post. Let's see here. Again, both Trump and Netanyahu have told the Iranian people today that after the military activity, after the war, the attack on Iran is over, that they will be able to, they'll be in a position to rise up and take over the country. And Netanyahu and Trump have both told the Iranian people to do that. Will they be in a position to take over the country, and will they do it? I have no idea. Netanyahu said today. Where is I have to find the whole speech here. He said, "Our joint action will create the conditions for the brave Iranian people to take their destiny into their own hands." He said, "The time has come for all segments of the people in Iran to rid themselves of the yoke of tyranny and bring about a free and peace-seeking Iran." Oh, hold on a second here. I have another update for you. Yes, Intel Doge found this from Fars News. Fars News says that the Supreme Leader's daughter, son-in-law, and grandchild have been killed. And one of his daughters-in-law was also killed. If I'm reading this right. Oh, was reportedly killed. But again, Intel Doge found that. That's from 6 minutes ago from State News, Fars in Iran. They say, following communication with informed sources, it was confirmed just minutes ago that regrettably, the report of the martyrdom of the daughter, son-in-law, and grandchild of the leader of the revolution, which I assume is the supreme leader, is true. It also has been reported that one of the leader of the revolution's daughters-in-law was killed as well. Then there's a supposed video, I can't confirm it, I'll post it in the chat, of some smoke at Bahrain airport. Bahrain said that there had been a drone strike at the airport, but that nobody was injured. Current time is 2:25 a.m. Israel time, 3:55 a.m. Iran time. And this isn't even 24 hours old. I believe it's about 18 hours ago that this attack started, about 18 hours ago. Yeah, I think that's what it was, about 18 hours ago. Oh, was there just an IDF post? Yes, the Israeli Defense Force said that the Air Force continues to strike Iranian ballistic missile systems and defense systems. There's an update from Jerusalem police, I believe, which was posted by this account I follow, the Hot News, which says that the Israel police, I should have this here. Hold on a second here. Yes, let me read you the statement from the Israel police. Israel police say police in the Jerusalem district and explosive experts are conducting extensive searches following reports of interceptor shrapnel falling in an opening area with no injuries reported so far. The police strongly warn the public against going to the crash sites or gathering there and strictly prohibit touching or collecting the fragments due to their danger, and call for immediate reporting via the number 100 when spotting any suspicious object. Then I'm hearing about a Reuters report here. Hold on a second here. New report from Reuters. Israel and U.S. launched strikes just as Iranian leader met with inner circle, sources say. Oh, and there's a picture of his compound, I think. Hold on, let me pull this up here so I can show you the picture. Just bear with me for a second here. Yes, this is right here a picture via Reuters of the compound of the supreme leader after the attack. Right there. Look at this. Look at this picture right there. Wow. That is the supreme leader's compound after the attack. I need to, oh, sorry, move this up a bit. That's it right there. Okay, so let me just mention this. Reuters says that Israel and the U.S. timed their attack to coincide with a meeting of the country's supreme leader that he was holding with top aides. Israel said the supreme leader was killed with top lieutenants, including Ali Khamenei, the powerful former National Security Council secretary, and Mohammed Pakpour, the Revolutionary Guard Corps commander. Thank you. 1Act CD. Real hater Trump. Who says, why did he surround himself with so many of his children when he knows he's in immediate mortal danger? I mean, I've seen some commentary on this today, people saying, well, why would they have these, big gatherings of leaders in a vulnerable area if they knew that, in theory, Israel might attack such things? Remember, at the start of Israel's attacks on Iran last year, that 12-day war, I think it was, it began with Israel launching attacks on Iranian leadership, and that's how these attacks began early this morning. Thank you, Michael Burmester, the Alpha Kenny guy, the one-stop trader, Ray Paul's Picks, who says this is also shocking to see. The Guardian reports that Trump launched attacks with Israel against Iran after they developed intelligence that they could simultaneously target the country's leadership. Oh, hold on a moment here. We have... Yes, a new statement from the IDF. Intel Doge mentioned this. I can see the statement right here. New statement from the Israeli Defense Forces. They just posted, the IDF has begun an additional strike wave targeting the ballistic missile array and the aerial defense systems belonging to the Iranian terror regime. So they just announced this. The Israeli military said they've begun a new strike wave in Iran. New strike wave. There are no current alerts in Israel. Some people said they thought they saw something go up on the screen. Well, there's no alerts right now. Yeah, I can't easily put up a clock right now because I'm not at my normal studio. So if I get a little time, I'll try to figure out how to do it. It's not an entirely simple thing to do. I'm sorry about that, but for the moment, we got to do it like this. It is, it's a 7-hour difference with Eastern time in Israel and 8.5-hour difference in Iran. So it's 2:37 Israel time, 4:07 Iran time. Give me a moment here. Again, Israel a few minutes ago said they are carrying out a new wave of strikes in Iran. I'm seeing some claims online claiming that there are explosions in Tehran at the moment. I can't confirm that. Burj Khalifa drone? Is this true? I just saw a video that claims to show a drone targeting the Burj Khalifa building? Hey guys, I'm going to post this. There is PH Greety, who I follow for some Middle East stuff, just posted a video. The Burj Khalifa is the world's tallest structure. It's in Dubai, and there's a new video just coming out now. Not drones near it. There's a new video of a drone that appears to hit it. There was other video. I think this is a new one. I think this is a new video. I'll post the link in the chat. You can tell me. But I just posted, I posted the link on my X account, which my X account should be pinned to the chat. And I just posted the link in the chat from PH Greety. Yeah, Thomas Van Linge. This appears to be a new video. But I don't know if it actually hit it or not. It's kind of hard to tell from the video. I can't tell. Looks like it maybe hit close. I don't know. One of our viewers thinks it got intercepted behind it. I don't know. Maybe it's an older video at a different angle. Maybe it was intercepted right before it hit or something. Anyways, I hadn't seen that video before. Oh, why is this? I thought I followed this person. Oh, there was an account I meant to follow, and I thought I was following, but I wasn't. Okay, Aleph. I just realized I thought I was following this account and I wasn't. Thanks AZ Intel for posting it. Aleph posted a photo that he had gotten, which I can show you. Aleph says, you can follow Aleph if you want. I thought I was following Aleph, but Aleph switched accounts. Anyways, it's used to be no, it's my turn. Now it's hey, it's my turn. So Aleph claims that this is a photo from Western Tehran province. Western Tehran. He claims that's a recent photo, recent screen grab, and we've heard some reports of in recent minutes of explosions in Tehran. I cannot verify that. Aleph is a good person to follow for this stuff. Again, I was following Aleph before. I didn't realize that the account had switched. At hey _ it's my turn. Also, Aleph is a good source for this stuff. Aleph says sonic booms over Shitgar, C-H-I-T, or Cheetgar, Western Tehran. Also, Aleph is seeing reports about 11 minutes ago. Aleph said 9 explosions in Western Tehran. Oh, here's another one. Again, Aleph gets these photos somehow. I cannot confirm this, but Aleph is reliable. I mean, Aleph doesn't post a lot of garbage, so I can't confirm this, but I know Aleph does their best to his best to be reliable. I think it's a he. So here is again. This is from Aleph. Hey at hey _ it's my turn. He says, airstrike on Shitgar, Western Tehran. I believe he has local connections. Oops, sorry. So again, sounds like there are some ongoing Israeli strikes now in Iran, including in the Tehran area. Again, just to share again, if you want to follow the account, at hey _ it's my turn. He gets a lot of stuff. I guess he has connections in Iran. He's saying that this is a new image that he has gotten from someone that's supposedly in northeastern Tehran. at hey_it's my turn. The Australian Prime Minister is speaking about things. Let me throw this on the screen. The Australian Prime Minister. Give me a moment here. If I can get it on the screen relatively quickly. Here is the Australian Prime Minister live. Anthony, is it Albanese?
2020, and to leave Iran as soon as possible. Of course, if it is safe to do so. Our ability to provide consular assistance in Iran is extremely limited. We have upgraded travel advice for Israel, Lebanon, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar and the United Arab Emirates to do not travel. Australians should leave now if it is safe to do so. The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade is this morning opening its registration portal for Australians seeking assistance to depart Israel and Iran, and will be directly in touch with registered Australians with the latest information. The closure of transport hubs in the Middle East will likely lead to flight disruptions and cancellations. We've already seen flights return to Australia that were unable to land in either Dubai or Abu Dhabi, and of course Emirates in particular with Etihad have a large number of flights to the region, including of course, as does Qatar and other airlines. Travellers should prioritise their safety. They should monitor events and follow local advice. Australians requiring urgent consular assistance can contact the Consular Emergency Centre 24/7 on 1300 555 135 in Australia. I repeat the number, 1300 555 135 in Australia, or +61 2 6261 3305. I repeat that as well from outside of Australia, +61 2 6261 3305. I urge everyone to follow the travel advice and to support your friends and family who are directly or indirectly affected by what is happening in the Middle East. I understand this is a very difficult time for the tens of thousands of Australians with loved ones in the Middle East. The days ahead are going to be difficult. They are uncertain. We are deeply concerned, and my government's priority remains the safety of Australians in the region. My government will do all we can to keep Australians safe and protect our personnel who are there in the region as well. Happy to take a couple of questions.
Is there a moral case for this intervention and supporting Iranians who are risking their lives for democracy? You know, do you think we should be doing more to support the resistance there and you know, the work to overthrow the revolutionary guard?
Well, that is a matter for the Iranian people. But we stand with the Iranian people in standing up for their human rights. They have suffered brutal repression. Women in particular being singled out by the regime. But across the board, what we've seen with the crackdown in recent times, when Iranians went out onto the street to demand their human rights, to demand a return to giving them a say over their own future, we saw the IRGC crack down brutally. Thousands murdered, people incarcerated, and a regime that showed just how ugly its face is. This is a regime that we hope that the Iranian people are able to determine their own destiny. At the moment, that is clearly not the case.
Was this attack legal? Are you concerned that this might erode further the rules-based order?
Well, those are judgments and statements for the United States and for those involved directly in the attack. What I would say is that the threat to international peace and security of the Iranian regime is real. The fact that they orchestrated attacks here in Australia, on the other side of the world, underlines the threat that this regime presented to the rule of law and to international norms of behaviour.
Have you spoken to Donald Trump or Benjamin Netanyahu, and if not, do you expect to soon?
Well, we are in contact with the United States over all of these issues. We'll continue to engage diplomatically, which is what we do.
Is there a red line in Australia's support for this strike? You know, is Australia supportive of a short and narrow intervention, or would Australia support a more protracted campaign?
Look, we want to see, when it comes to military action, I think, as always, Australia always supports diplomatic action where possible, and we hope that the actions that have been taken lead to a swift resolution. And we also say that very clearly the consequences of this are that we are concerned about the regional escalation. Iran has made the decision to take aggressive action and bomb areas of Dubai that have no role in any of this military action whatsoever. This is an aggression and an escalation by Iran that is consistent with the nature of the regime.
What options are there for repatriating Australians in the Middle East?
Look, we are in a position where we will always do what we can to support Australians there, but I do want to make the point that we've been very clear about Iran, that we're not in a position when we made the decision, a difficult decision, but one that I think was the correct decision, to close our embassy in Tehran, essentially because of the safety of our own diplomatic personnel, was a decision that was required. Then that has meant that our possibilities are restricted of what we can achieve. But we will continue to engage. We have very swiftly acted to set up the emergency centre.
I'm going to cut in now. I wanted to play some of what he said, but I have a couple updates I want to give you. Let me go back for the moment to put on the screen Tel Aviv. Where is... That's not Haifa, that is Tel Aviv. So, hang on a moment. Oh, he just finished anyway. He just finished. But I have a couple updates I want to mention here. Al Jazeera says the ISNA news agency in Iran says there was an explosion in northeast Tehran. We've been hearing over the last few minutes about new strikes that Israel says it's carrying out new strikes in Iran. They said they had begun an additional strike wave targeting the ballistic missile array and the aerial defense systems belonging to the Iranian terror regime. And, oh, I wanted to mention this. Some reports from CBS News. So Sarah Cook with CBS News reports that President Trump told CBS News' Bob Costa in a phone call he believes a diplomatic solution with Iran easily remains possible, suggesting the strikes put immense pressure on Iran. He was asked by Robert Costa who is calling the shots in Iran. And President Trump said, because after Khamenei died, and President Trump said, I know exactly who, but I can't tell you. He was asked whether there's someone he wants to lead Iran now, and Trump said, yes, I think so. There are some good candidates. Hey, I want to shout out our moderators real quick. I really appreciate all their help. And our moderators are in the chat. They're the reason that we can even have our chat rooms. So I really, really appreciate it. Beth Mythical is moderating right now. Thank you so much, Beth. She's over there on YouTube. Robert's May Queen as well. Thank you very much. Hold on a moment here. On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Bastion Girl, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, McBridges, and Surly Dev, huge thanks. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Thank you. And I gotta get the volume from this one up. The wrong volume on. Thanks also to, did I say Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha? My brain isn't working. I think I did. On X. And Ava Knight over there on Facebook. Thank you, Ava Knight, for moderating. Margaret Riley. Thanks, Robert Rial II, for subscribing over there on Facebook. And Helen Anderson, thanks for subscribing. And also thanks to One Accedi and Tallulah A. Bell and Taxiway Aviation. Also AZ Intel's dad. Thank you so much, AZ Intel's dad. Thanks for shouting out the mods as well. I appreciate that. Jenica Maciel, thank you. Top Cat Tom, Sean Decker, Katie Cat, Powder King Keg Pictures, Taxiway Aviation, D-Tex, Boz Reviews, Chandra Armad as well. Thank you so much, Chandra. Appreciate it. Trod 002, Icy Kyle. And also Alonzo Harris on Twitch. And thanks to our Twitch subscribers, people like Wall Street and Shaggy, Ruby Sandwich, Naomi Rousseau, Matthew Kohai 3, Grant 74P, just to name a few, CC, Ma Florida. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Maybe I can make this like that. Excuse me. I gotta drink some more water. It is now, excuse me. I will get some more water in a second. 3:01 a.m. Israel time, 4:31 a.m. In Iran. A bunch of reports of airstrikes in western Tehran. Shin, who I follow, at Hey, It's My Turn, was, I guess, sent this, and it's from western Tehran. So we're hearing about a number of explosions in western Tehran. Javier Blas, who is with Bloomberg, he confirmed that 2 VLCC oil tankers, which is very large massive oil tankers, VLCC crude tankers, have crossed the Strait of Hormuz in the last couple of hours. He says oil traffic remains heavily disrupted, but at this hour, positive signs are emerging. Excuse me, sorry. Reuters reports that several tanker owners, oil majors, and trading houses have suspended crude oil, fuel, and liquefied natural gas shipments via the Strait of Hormuz after the attack. One top executive at a major trading desk said, "Our ships will stay put for several days." Multiple vessels in the area have received VHF transmission from Iran's Revolutionary Guards that no ship is allowed to pass the Strait of Hormuz. Vessel traffic through the Strait of Hormuz is not completely stopped, but disruptions are building rapidly, Reuters reports. Some 20% of global oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz, along with large volumes of liquefied natural gas from Qatar. Just so you know where that is. The Strait of Hormuz is here. It's off the coast of Iran. You can see on Google here. Strait of Hormuz. You can see how close Iran is to countries like UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait. I did see something from state media, Tasneem, if I can find it here. Maybe it was a different state media account. Hold on. Maybe it's not Tasneem. Was it Fars? Probably Fars. Fars state media in Iran posted a little blurb saying, one of the senior commanders of the Revolutionary Guards, referring to the high status of martyrdom for the forces of the resistance front, emphasized that the assassination and martyrdom of commanders will not have the slightest impact on the progress of this battle. One of the senior commanders said, "The revolution is not based on an individual," he noted. "The structure of the Islamic Revolution is designed in such a way that immediately after the martyrdom of any commander of any position or level, competent and capable individuals are replaced," he said. Hey, thanks to Baz Reviews. I appreciate that. Paul Monterosso, Stepman in Norway. Heather, I'll have to look into that. I'm not familiar with, I haven't seen that report recently. I don't know if that's a report from earlier, Heather. Thank you, Heather. I'll have to look into it. Straight up metal detecting. Degan Champ, thank you. Oh, yeah, that was what happened is where is it here? I think I posted about this hours ago. There was a high-rise building in Bahrain that got hit by a drone. I might have a photo here I can show you of that, if you give me 2 seconds. Yeah, I have a photo right here. Couple photos. Smoke rises from a burning building hit by an Iranian drone strike in Bahrain. This is from Reuters. This is earlier tonight. And that is a building after being in Bahrain, a high-rise building after being hit by a drone. Oh, let me show you a little summary video here. Reuters put out a video kind of summarizing things. So let me, that looks interesting. Let me show you that. Put it on the screen for you so you can see that. Thanks, Chris42690. All right, you can see the article says, Iranian leader Khamenei killed in strikes, Trump says. Let me show you the video that goes along with that article. Again, I have it, should have it right here. Yes. Okay, here's that video from Reuters. Why can't I get it? Why does it always do this? Give me one moment here. All right, let me show you this. Here we go. Here we go. Here is the video that goes along with that article. Let's check this out from Reuters. A little summary of what's been going on.
Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was killed in massive U.S. and Israeli strikes on Saturday. That's according to a social media post from U.S. President Donald Trump. He did not elaborate on the source of the information. Iranian news agencies denied that Khamenei had been killed in the strikes, saying the supreme leader was, quote, steadfast and firm in commanding the field. But a senior Israeli official told Reuters Khamenei's body had been found. And Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, said Khamenei was no longer alive.
For 3.5 decades, this tyrant dispatched terrorism across the world, made his own people miserable, and worked constantly and tirelessly on a program to annihilate the state of Israel. That plan is there no longer, and there are many signs that this tyrant is also no longer.
Netanyahu also said Khamenei's compound had been destroyed, and Revolutionary Guard commanders and senior nuclear officials had been killed.
They will never have a nuclear weapon.
In an early morning address, Trump said the strikes on Iran were aimed at ending a security threat, and he called on Iranian security forces to lay down their weapons and invited the Iranian people to topple their government once the bombing ended.
When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
Iran called the U.S.-Israeli strikes unprovoked and illegal. Tehran responded to the attacks with missiles fired at Israel and at several Gulf Arab allies of the United States that host American bases.
I don't see a diplomatic off-ramp.
Berchu Oshelik is a senior research fellow for Middle East security at Britain's Royal United Services Institute.
It's a huge gamble for all of the sides involved. There are many unknowns and unknowables in this scenario. It's a gamble for President Trump because there could be significant political costs for him in the tragic event of U.S. casualties. There will be a public backlash against that in the United States. We're already hearing about why Congress hasn't been involved in the decision-making process yet behind launching this offensive. There's a gamble for Israel. We do not yet have a sense of what damage Iran could do on Israel and its citizens, although thus far it has been limited. And it's a gamble for Iran, certainly.
Explosions from Saturday's strikes caused widespread panic across the region. Eyewitness video showed heavy damage at a school in southern Iran, where dozens of people were reportedly killed in an Israeli airstrike. Reuters could not immediately confirm the death toll. A separate video showed the moment of a strike near a U.S. Navy base in Bahrain.
Oh my God, oh my God!
But after confronting hundreds of Iranian missile and drone attacks, the Pentagon said there were no U.S. deaths or injuries. In Israel, sirens sent people rushing to shelter as Iran launched a series of missiles. Loud booms sounded in Abu Dhabi, and several blasts were heard in the business capital, Dubai, where one of the city's plush hotel districts was also hit. Tehran promised a stronger response to come. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was killed in mass.
Go back to that clip real quick. Here's the one of the explosion earlier in Bahrain, right here. This was earlier today. This one right here.
The death toll. A separate video showed the moment of a strike near a U.S. Navy base in Bahrain. But after confronting hundreds of Iranian missile and drone attacks.
Okay, now, so that was from Reuters. Hang on a moment here. Let me get back to the live shot. Here is Tel Aviv. We are bringing you live coverage and updates. The current time in Israel is 3:19 a.m. The current time in Iran is 4:49 a.m. You know, Israel had posted a little while ago that they were conducting new strikes in Iran. AZ Intel found a report from CBS News that said the U.S. and Israel have launched another volley of strikes on Iran. So CBS News said a U.S. official confirmed that the U.S. is involved in the new round of strikes that the Israel already announced it was doing. Interesting report from earlier from Jennifer Griffin from Fox. She said a U.S. official told Fox that the U.S. believes Khamenei and 5 to 10 top Iranian leaders were killed in the initial Israeli strike on his compound. Multiple sources, she said, told me that the timeline for the strike had to be moved up based on intelligence and this target of opportunity. She says that is why the U.S. and Israel took the unusual decision to strike during the daytime to achieve the element of surprise and to target this meeting. Normally, the military would not launch an operation like this during the day. A senior U.S. defense official said to Jennifer Griffin, it caught the senior leadership off guard a Saturday morning during Ramadan and on Shabbat in the daytime. Hey, thanks to Is the Game On, also Val Cargo and Hoodoo 2001 and Fluoro 7 and Granite Man. Fluoro 7, thanks for your service. Thinks the U.S. not only wants to take out Iran regime and help Israel, but also show the world our capabilities. Thank you. Checking to see if we have any other updates here. So again, reportedly, both the U.S. and Israel are carrying out strikes now in Iran. CBS News says senior Trump administration officials told CBS News that Iran likely intended to use conventional missiles against the U.S. and allies in the region during negotiations, perhaps preemptively before a U.S. strike. These Trump administration officials told CBS News that if Trump had waited any longer, American casualties would be substantially higher. I cannot confirm that, of course. Javier Blas of Bloomberg says, seeing a few more oil tankers that have either crossed the Strait of Hormuz or are heading now toward the Strait of Hormuz. So it certainly has not been shut down. Give me a moment here. Thanks for your patience. Oops. We have been hearing reports of new explosions in Tehran and in Iran. I don't know what's being hit. I'm seeing, did CBS News post a new report? Hold on a moment. CBS News says sources told CBS News the strikes are believed to have killed about 40 Iranian officials. Again, CBS News reports that sources told CBS News the strikes are believed to have killed around 40 Iranian officials. Shin pointed out that Iranian media is now posting about, is now confirming the death of Khamenei. Yes, guys, it is now official. Iranian media, I just saw it right here. I just saw it, ISNA, Iranian media. Iranian media is confirming the death of the supreme leader. Multiple Iranian media outlets are confirming his death. Press TV does it as well. Iranian state media is now confirming the death of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. So it has now been confirmed. I just saw a number of Iranian state media outlets, Press TV, I just saw a bunch of them. Tasnim news agency confirms it. They say Tasnim says the supreme leader was martyred. So again, Iranian state media is now confirming it. Oops, hold on a second here. I have to repost my post, because the original post went away. Let's try this again. See if this works. Yes, ISNA news agency also posted it. to take that down too. All right. So anyways, ISNA posted it. I keep having to repost this 3 times. Everything is not working. Everything's not working. Everything's being held up. Ugh. Yeah, so again, Tasneem posted it. Here. Press TV reposted it. There we go. Sorry to take a second. I just had to repost something because I posted it and then it got deleted and then posted again. So I had to repost my original post. So Press TV says leader of Islamic Revolution Ayatollah Ali Khamenei martyred in U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran. Anyway, sorry that took a while, but multiple Iranian state media outlets have just in the last few minutes posted that the supreme leader has been killed. I mean, we knew it anyway, but, well, President Trump had posted it, Israel had been saying it, lots of major media outlets had been saying it, but now officially acknowledged by the Iranian government in Iranian press, in state media outlets, multiple. Yeah, I'll post a link to one of them, but there's plenty of them. Oh, also, yes, the national, it's also confirmed on regime TV. Hold on.
امام علی
Hold on. Oh my gosh, sorry. Everything is going wrong. Yeah, Shin posted a clip from national regime TV that also reported it. So big news, in case you were wondering, Iranian state media has confirmed that the supreme leader Khamenei has been killed. Had the Israeli government actually said it explicitly? I mean, we know Trump had posted it. I don't know what the Israeli government had explicitly said. Regardless, it had been widely reported, and President Trump had hours ago said it. If you're just joining us, Iranian state media a few minutes ago confirmed that Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei was killed in the attack by the U.S. and Israel today. Iran media ISNA says the cabinet declared 40 days of public mourning and 7 days of public holidays. I'll post another link to Tasnim news agency state media announcement about it. I just posted it in the chat. I just went to his official site, and normally it has a bunch of stuff on it, but it's just his picture right now. See if there's anything else on it. Normally you'd see more on there. I just went to his the Khamenei.ir, and it's just literally his picture, and there's stuff at the bottom like options, but there's nothing else on there. So keep an eye and see if they put anything else up there. So now that the state, oops, you can't see me. Now that state media has confirmed that the supreme leader has been killed in the U.S. and Israeli attacks, now that Iranian state media has confirmed that, when will they announce somebody soon? The new leader. Remember, Israel could possibly target the new leader. Did that happen with Hezbollah, where they replaced the leader, Nasrallah, after Israel killed the leader, and then I think Israel killed the next person, if I remember? Possibly that happened. But I don't know if we're going to hear an announcement about who the new supreme leader is. Also, I don't even know how long that process takes. I mean, remember, they've only ever had 2 supreme leaders since 1979. There may be a whole process for it, so I'm going to look that up. One of our viewers suggested they pre-designated somebody, but according to Iranian constitution, Gemini AI says, the process for choosing a new supreme leader is supposed to be designed to be immediate. Okay, so when Khomeini died in 1989, according to Gemini, the successor was appointed within 24 hours. In the Constitution, according to this, when the Supreme Leader dies, a Provisional Leadership Council takes over immediately. That includes the President, the Chief Justice, and one cleric from the Guardian Council. The Assembly of Experts must meet immediately to elect a new leader. Are they going to meet in person? I don't know about that. So I guess I don't know how, will we hear an announcement? It's supposed to be a pretty quick process. Will we hear an announcement soon, official announcement about who the new supreme leader is? The most powerful person in the country. Very powerful. Quick thanks to Starset1ACD, who thinks it would be a security risk if they name the new leader. I don't know, but I mean, the thing is, though, it's such an important part of that system to have a supreme leader. So I don't know if they feel like they might not want to not have a, even if they think it might be a security risk. It might be just undoable to not name a supreme leader, given the nature of the system. I don't know. Oh, my microphone is there. Hold on a second. Oh no, we're good. My mic was working. Hey, thanks 1xcd. Thanks John Doe. And Pete J7W. Thank you so much, Pete. Who's wondering if Russia might invade Iran from the north? Well, I think Russia is so busy militarily with Ukraine. I don't know that they're thinking of doing any other invasions right now. Thank you, Pete. I appreciate it. Although, I mean, one thing I don't know, though, is if Iran emerges from this without regime change, but greatly weakened, or even with regime change and greatly weakened, what happens in Iran and its relations to its neighbors? I mean, this could obviously have huge impact on the future of Iran. Could we see civil unrest with different, and disorder in Iran? And different factions fighting for different things. I don't know. Thank you, Dottie Rocks and the Demon Dog and Pax Teraica and MPV1SE and Yifoy. Oh, hold on, guys. Oh, I'll have shortly. I think I can show you. Hold on, one moment here. I got the Haifa shot back from Reuters, which is good. Iranian state TV. In a little bit, I'll download their announcement of it. I mean, we're not going to really. It's not in English, but they're showing a picture of him, or they did show a picture of him. Anyways, Pete's comment, Pete J7W, I guess the general sense of his comment is if Iran is greatly weakened by this, could other countries, say, take advantage of them? That I don't know. FJ is reporting that, so Pakistan and Afghanistan have been fighting recently. FJ claims that that Pakistan is launching more airstrikes at Afghanistan, including Kabul. That is what FJ is saying. So again, that's a different story. But I just wanted to let you know, FJ, who I follow, who does a lot of reporting about the region, he says heavy explosions going off in different parts of Afghanistan, including Kabul, as another wave of Pakistani airstrikes hit Afghanistan. So just wanted to let you know about that. Let me see what else I can get from state media pronunciations about. Okay, I'm seeing some stuff from state media. So this is from Fars News. They say the supreme leader was martyred at his workplace in the leader's house. They said he was at the time of his martyrdom, he was performing his assigned duties and was at his workplace, his office, and this cowardly attack occurred in the early hours of Saturday morning. The Revolutionary Guard released a statement. Let me see if I can read some of it to you. They say, we have lost a great leader and we mourn him. They say the Revolutionary Guard martyrdom at the hands of the most wicked terrorists and executioners of humanity is a sign of the legitimacy of this great leader and the acceptance of his sincere services. The Revolutionary Guard says this martyrdom will make our nation more determined to continue the enlightened path of our beloved Imam Khamenei. The Revolutionary Guard's constitutional mandate is to ensure the integrity of the Islamic Republic. Wikipedia says it has about 125,000 total personnel. It's Iran's, it's a multi-service primary branch of the Iranian armed forces. Mayor News Agency, which is another state news agency, says of the supreme leader, this great scholar and fighter sacrificed his life for the achievement of Iran and Islam and will be resurrected with the Imam and the commander of the martyrs, God willing. I mean, wow, there have only ever been two supreme leaders of the Iranian Islamic Republic. Only two. Khomeini and Khamenei. Khomeini and Khamenei. Only two. The Revolutionary Guard also says in their statement, the criminal and terrorist actions of the evil governments of America and Israel are a clear violation of religious, moral, legal, and customary standards. Therefore, the Iranian nation's hand of revenge for severe, decisive, and regrettable punishment for the murderers of the Imam and of the Ummah will not let them go. Hang on a moment here. One moment here. A quick thank you, by the way, to Lewis R. for the memberships. I really appreciate that, Lewis. Thank you so much, Lewis R. Thanks also, One Axidi. I appreciate it, One Axidi. Thanks also, Josh Barnes and Hoodoo. Josh says, do you think any of Iran's allies will step in? None of the ones that might be strong enough to make a difference seem like they're really doing that, will do that much. For example, China and Russia. I don't see them taking any kind of strong action. There was no sign of it. But look, I mean, it brings the point up that this, some might argue that this attack by the U.S. and Israel, I'm guessing many would argue, was made possible. It all goes back to when the Hamas attacked Israel, and that led Israel to attack a number of those Iranian proxy forces. Hamas was devastated by Israel, and then Hezbollah was devastated by Israel, right? And if Hezbollah and Hamas had not been devastated by Israel, and you had these forces that were, Iranian proxy forces supported by Iran, with all of their rockets and missiles aimed at Israel, and they had not been weakened, then the calculus for doing something like this would be different. And remember also, Iran itself has been greatly weakened, because after Hamas, for example, and also remember Bashar Assad, another ally, is no longer in power in Syria. But after the weakening of Iran's proxy forces, then last year Israel felt it was able to attack Iran. There was less risk in them attacking Iran directly last summer because they had so weakened Iran's proxy forces. The proxy forces had been protection for Iran. As I understand it, that was a big part of Iran supporting these other forces like Hezbollah, is it offered protection to Iran. Israel is not going to want to attack Iran if Hezbollah is sitting there ready to attack Israel from right across its border. But once those proxy forces got weakened, then Israel felt it could attack Iran. And then, so at this point, Iran's proxy forces are, just have been greatly weakened. And Iran itself was so much weakened last year that the calculation is very different. I don't think that that Israel and the U.S. would have been willing to carry out such an attack like this before the Hamas attack on Israel, before Iran and its proxies had been so greatly weakened. But Hezbollah was seen as a big deterrent. It was like insurance for Iran to keep somebody from attacking Iran. I mean, at this point, we've had Iran get attacked by Israel and the U.S. in the past day. I'm not aware of a single missile or drone or rocket that's been fired by Hezbollah or by Hamas in defense of Iran. Thank you to J Mac, Daddy Funk, and Riri over on YouTube. Give me a quick moment here. I need to do something real quick. I'm going to reset this. See if this works. The time is 4:30. Is this right? 4:32 a.m. Israel time. And 6:02 a.m. Iran time. Oh no, I'm sorry. That was obviously wrong. No, it's 4:03, not 4:33. 4:03 Israel time and 5:33 a.m. Iran time. That's what it is. 4:03 a.m. Israel time, 5:33 a.m. Iran time. Well, we'll see in the coming hours, days, if Iran announces a new supreme leader. Update from the Israeli military. They say the strikes in western and central Iran are currently underway. The Israeli Air Force has completed a strike on over 30 targets. A short while ago, dozens of Israeli Air Force fighter jets, guided by IDF intelligence, completed a strike wave aimed at degrading the Iranian terror regime's ballistic missile array and aerial defense systems in western and central Iran. The completed strikes further expand the degradation of such infrastructure and preserve the IDF's achievements. The Israeli Air Force has struck more than 30 targets, I guess in this wave, belonging to the Iranian terror regime across Iran, including aerial defense systems, missile launchers, regime targets, and military command centers. The IDF will continue to degrade the ballistic missile array and aerial defense systems belonging to the Iranian terror regime. What I might do for a second, I might play you some of AFP is replaying state TV in Iran announcing Khamenei's death. So I might put that on the screen just so you can see it. Here it is, right here. Okay, so this is moments ago, I guess I should say here. Oops, hold on. We want to get rid of this one. I'm going to say moments ago. The Tel Aviv shot is live, but I'm going to switch the shot. Iran State TV. And let me get that up on the screen for you here. I hope there's not, if there's music, I won't be able to play it. Well, I can show it, but not play it. Okay, there is Iranian State TV right there. Oh, I can actually play it. I can actually play you it. Because here.
عظیم مردمی برای دفاع از میراث گرانبهای این رهبر معظم قدرتمندانه راه مقتدای خود را ادامه خواهند داد و در مقابله با توطئه‌های داخلی و خارجی و مجازات درس‌آموز متجاوزان به میهن اسلامی ایستادگی خواهند کرد. در پایان دعوت می‌کنیم که همه اقشار جامعه با حضور پرشور و حماسی خود در صحنه‌های دفاع ملی جلوه‌های انسجام و وحدت ملی خود را به رخ جهانیان و دشمنان خبیث و تروریست این ملت بکشانند.
Again, this is hold on, I'm going to turn off the music. So this is the Iranian State TV. This is Iranian State TV reporting a short while ago on the death of the supreme leader. A quick thank you to, hold on. Thanks so much, LRLVNG9DW, who says, please stop the killings and end the war. We are all human. Thank you again. If I'm getting all the letters right, LRLVNG9DW. Also, Hoodoo and Hex Docta. So again, this is from about a half an hour ago, looks like. They still playing the music here? Yeah, they're playing the music still, so hold on. I'll just show you. This is the, again, that's Iranian state TV. Oh, it might not be. I don't know if it counts as music. Well, whether it's just that I can get in. There can be issues with anything musical. There should be something with. Hold on a second here. Oh, hold on here. Let me show you the announcement right here. Look at this.
بینندگان محترم شبکه خبر، همانطور که پیشتر هم به آگاهی شما رسید، در پی عروج ملکوتی و شهادت رهبر عزیزمان حضرت آیت الله العظما امام خامنه ای، هیئت دولت بیانیه‌ای صادر کرد که یک بار دیگر متن این بیانیه به اطلاع شما میرسد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. فسیعلم الذین ظلموا ای منقلب ینقلبون. مردم شریف و سرافراز ایران با کمال تأسف و تأثر به اطلاع میرساند در پی حمله سبعانه دولت جنایت پیشه آمریکا و رژیم منحوس صهیونیستی، اسوه ایمان و جهاد و مقاومت، رهبر معظم انقلاب اسلامی حضرت آیت الله العظما امام خامنه ای به فیض بزرگ شهادت رسید. خلف صالح روح خدا که در بیش از 37 سال رهبری داهیانه، پیشتازی و پرچمداری واقعی جبهه اسلام را عهدهدار شد و با شجاعت مثال زدنی و ایمان راسخ خود فصل نوینی از حکمرانی را در تاریخ اسلام رقم زد و تا آخرین لحظه حیات مبارک و تاریخ ساز خود در برابر کفر و طاغوت و استکبار راهبری امت اسلامی را عهدهدار بود. شهید سرافراز حضرت آیت الله العظما امام خامنه ای، اسوه ایثار و مقاومت در عصر حاضر، امام وعده های صادق، امام امید و اقتدار در اذهان آزادگان، مستضعفان و مجاهدان جهان بود و تا ابد در کنار نام خمینی کبیر در قلوب ملت‌های جهان جاودان خواهد ماند. جامعیت و تسلط بر علوم روز، خردمندی، دوراندیشی، ایمان ناب، اخلاص در عمل، اراده پولادین، باور ژرف به گفته و عمل و هدف خود، شجاعت بی‌نظیر، دانش گسترده دینی، روح لطیف و زلال و امید و اعتماد به پروردگار متعال از خصوصیات برجسته این شخصیت عظیم الشأن بود که در کمتر رهبر سیاسی میتوان سراغ گرفت. هیئت دولت جمهوری اسلامی ایران این ضایعه بزرگ را به حضرت بقیة الله الاعظم ارواحنا فداه، ملت شریف ایران و امت بزرگ اسلامی و همه آزادگان جهان تسلیت عرض می کند و ضمن همدردی با ملت رشید ایران 40 روز عزای عمومی و 7 روز را تعطیل عمومی اعلام می کند. این جنایت بزرگ هرگز بی جواب نخواهد ماند و برگ تازه‌ای از تاریخ جهان اسلام و تشیع را رقم خواهد زد. خون پاک این سید عالی مقام چونان چشمه ای خروشان خواهد جوشید و ظلم و جنایت امریکایی صهیونی را ریشه کن.
I just wanted to show you some of this again. That state TV a short while ago announcing the death of the supreme leader killed by the U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran. Supreme leader since 1989. This comes hours after President Trump said he was killed. Oh, hold on a moment here. Okay. Anyways, I'll go back to the Israel footage now, but I wanted to show you that. So you could see it. Oh, this is now live, obviously. Tel Aviv, Israel. Again, we're at about, it's about 5:45. Oh, hold on, there's something else I want to play you here. Look at this video from State TV. Hold on. I don't want to play the music, but let me go back to State TV for a second. If I can. Here's State TV again. This is State TV. That's not live. I don't know what I don't know what all this is. I don't know what all this is. Anyways. Let's go back to the live. The Wall Street Journal said Israeli and U.S. military intelligence had long watched and waited for a rare opportunity, senior political and military leaders in Iran holding a meeting where they could all be killed at once. That day finally came today. Intelligence officers had identified not just one meeting today, but 3. And they also had a fix on the supreme leader of Iran. So again, I guess there were 3 meetings going on today. It sounds like at the same time with Iranian political and military leaders. They also say, the Wall Street Journal, both Trump and Netanyahu today encouraged Iranians to rise up and take control of their country. Few activists or analysts say there is a clear path for them to do so. One point that I think David Sanger made today is that the regime still has the arms in the country, and the opposition does not. Oh, there's a drone alert in the north of the country. I have to get some more water, hold on. There is a drone alert in, You can see on the so far red alert map, there's a drone alert in the northeast of Israel. Let me really quick just get some water here. I need about 30 seconds to get some water. Hang on one sec. I'll be right back. I'm just going to get my more water. Seeing some sort of alert. There's a red alert in the northeast of the country. That's where the alert was for the drone. One red alert in the northeast where the drone was. I don't have a camera there. Oh, now it's gone. Give me one more, just give me one. I got to disappear for about 10 seconds. I need about 10 seconds. Hang on. It is 4:21 a.m. Israel time, 5:51 a.m. Iran time. 5:51 a.m. Iran time. Thank you so much, by the way, to BJax111, who says, what just happened today cannot be understated. We're seeing how AI drones, directed beam energy weapons, and near instant responses to launches change everything for modern warfare. That's what BJax said. Thank you. Also, Brinton Photography thank you. We have right now, again, a drone alert in northeastern Israel. We'll see it up there in a second. There is the drone alerts. Let me see if I have anything else about that. The Revolutionary Guard. The Revolutionary Guard says, you ready? This is a statement from the Revolutionary Guard from a few minutes ago. They say the most ferocious offensive operation in the history of the Islamic Republic of Iran's armed forces will begin any moment now towards the occupied territories and American terrorist bases. That's the new statement from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Okay, so this is from Iranian state media. Iranian Revolutionary Guard. The most ferocious offensive operation in the history of the Iranian armed forces will begin any moment now toward the occupied territories and American terrorist bases. I don't know if that's really true. I mean, they certainly might fire something. Sometimes they make a big statement like that and they fire some missiles. So we'll have to see. But that is a new statement in Iranian state media from the Revolutionary Guard. Again, they say the most ferocious offensive operation in the history of the Iranian armed forces will begin any moment now towards the occupied territories, I guess they mean Israel, and the American terrorist bases. Although I don't know. I mean, as I've said, with, Iran is not going to defeat the U.S. and Israel in a conventional war. So, they have to figure out what the costs and benefits are to their actions. B&O News Live says that a crying anchor on Iranian state TV erupted in anger, saying, "Trump is going to pay a price paid by no American president of all time. Revenge is coming." According to B&O News, that's what a crying anchor said on Iranian state TV. B&O News Live. I do expect we're going to have some more missiles soon. But to repeat, about an hour ago, Iranian state media acknowledged the death of the supreme leader, and we have a new statement a few minutes ago from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, which says the most ferocious offensive operation in the history of the Iranian armed forces will begin any moment now towards the occupied territories, I believe they mean Israel by that, and American terrorist bases. I mean, it is obviously a big deal, right? That it's huge. It's a huge deal, for the country that the supreme leader was killed. That doesn't change the reality of the military situation. Maybe they feel that they have to do something you know, you clearly have to they probably feel that they have to show that they're doing something to respond. I want to get some got to figure out where all my streams are from different places. I do have 2 Haifa streams now, which is good to have. We're waiting to see if Iran carries out some sort of attack, like they say they're going to. I think it's been several hours since the last alerts. The last alerts, oh, I can check on the map. The last rocket alerts were sorry, I can't even. Full archive. About 3 hours ago, actually, yeah, roughly speaking, they were several hours ago. Thank you, Resalviant, who thinks this is just the beginning. Who thinks Afghan ISIL are reported to be moving? That's what Resalviant says. Thank you very much, Resalviant. I appreciate that. From Canada. Thanks also, Clint Perigui. Thanks, Clint. And Marine Rom and Sarah F3K. Metal Kitty. Thanks also Gonzalez for all the gift subs on Twitch. Gonzalez and Scary Atheist. Thank you for the gift subs. Also Braiders and Simp Nasty Scrimp on Twitch, and Raffle and Lowenado and X-Kitten Mittens and Try Again Guy. Try Again Guy thinks there might be sleeper cell attacks. Thanks Sevi Yo-Yo and Alonzo Harris. And Mike Lilly, thank you. Quick thanks also, I have to thank, I forgot to thank a couple other people, sorry. Karen West, thank you so much, Karen West. And Lorinda Shamber. And Catherine Swan, thank you. Also Paul. Monterosso. Thank you, Paul. Mona Mikhail. Hang on a moment. And Todd Deniger. Also, Stephen Heilman. Thank you, Stephen. And Libertest J. And Alan Ansari. Thank you. Again, we've had tonight, about an hour ago, Iranian state media acknowledged the death of the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, and now the Iranian Revolutionary Guard says they are going to carry out the biggest offensive operation in their history toward Israel and U.S. bases. They said it's going to happen at any moment. I really don't know how big an offensive they can really do, given I'm sure that the skies are being watched. They're being watched from the sky above Iran, that we've had Israeli and U.S. forces trying to take out their missiles and launchers and all that stuff in the last day. So I don't really know what they're going to be able to muster. But I've seen them do things before where they claim they're launching a big attack, or they claim something was a big attack and it actually is not that big of an attack. Oh, Law Search mentioned that there was an update from... Yes, the Israeli Defense Forces said that a drone launched from Iran was intercepted. The drone... that we heard some drone alerts a few minutes ago. They say a drone was intercepted. ISNA, Iranian media, says, Revolutionary Guard says Iran's most ferocious offensive to begin in minutes. Again, will we see an attack from Iran in the coming minutes like they threatened him? Like they threatened. I might have to eat a snack in a minute. Thanks, Gramps5150. I appreciate it. Thanks also, Samuel Turner, who was worried about sleeper cells from various groups around the world attacking our grid and water supply here in the U.S. in the next few hours or days. That's what Samuel said. Thank you, Samuel. Thank you, Dave M.C. Cook and Angelic Crusader. And Cyrus the Virus. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take like 1 minute now. I need like a minute. Actually, what I might do, I might eat just a little something, but keep my eye, I'm not going anywhere. I can maybe take 5 minutes and eat something really quick. Just something to tide me over. Why don't I do that? But I'll keep an eye on things. I'm literally just going to be like here with me off the screen and just keeping an eye on things. And if anything develops, I'll just rush right back on the screen. So let me just do that real quick. I'm not cooking anything or anything. I'm just going to grab something really fast. At some point, I'll need something more, but I just want to do something quick. But what I'll do is I'll put on the screen that I'm coming back in a few minutes, but I'll be keeping an eye on everything. And if there's an alert, I'll just immediately come on. I'm literally going to be in the same room. So let me put this up there. It says Steve will be back in a few minutes. I'll leave this screen up, and again, I'll be watching. I'll be watching. So I'm not going anywhere. So give me a couple minutes, and I'm coming right back. Okay, thanks for your patience. So we are waiting to see what happens because Iranian state media announced about an hour and a half ago, they confirmed that Supreme Leader Khamenei had been killed, and then the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, about 45 minutes ago, about 45 minutes ago, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard said that they were going to carry out the most ferocious offensive operation in the history of the Iranian armed forces against Israel and American bases. I don't really know that they're going to do that, but expecting to see some sort of military response from Iran after announcing the death of the supreme leader. But haven't seen any warnings yet or anything. It is about, it's almost 5 a.m. Israel time, almost 6:30 a.m. Iran time. Also, hey, big thanks to our moderators. Really appreciate all of our moderators. Thank you so much. Ruth is there and Leslie Ladyhawk over on YouTube right now. I really appreciate it. They are the reason that we can even have chat rooms. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Bastion Girl, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev on Twitch. And also on Facebook, thanks to our moderators over there. Shout out to them. Hold on. Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, big thank you to all of our moderators. Kevin Groves, our viewer, says, Kevin says, at some point Iran will quit firing missiles or run out, then the U.S. will stand down and Trump will call it a complete and total victory. He says, I'm seeing what else could happen. I'm not seeing what else could happen without an actual invasion force if Trump wants regime change. Well, something to keep in mind is, yes, eventually Iran, even if their missiles aren't continually destroyed by Israel and the U.S., they're going to run out of missiles. One estimate I saw today is that they had fired well over 300 missiles today. That was earlier in the day. And that they had a total of about 4,000. But remember also, there will be a constraint on the amount of munitions the U.S. and Israel have and the amount of interceptors U.S. and Israel have. So there's only, it can't go on for months like it happened today. There's not enough missiles and interceptors. No, the 300 number was earlier, though. So it's probably been more than that during the day. But remember also, Israel has been saying they've been conducting strikes during the day and during the evening, going after their missiles and their launchers and all that. So, I mean, that kind of stuff can only go on for so long. So I don't know the exact numbers, but that'll be a constraint. Anyways, oh, thank you, Tina Niazi, for moderating too. Thanks also Kitsachi and Weasel Acres and Mark Barnes over on YouTube, and Galaxy Driven. And Real Resalviant, thank you. BTZ, ya later. BTC, ya later. And Gramps 5150, thank you. I'm not aware of any warnings or anything at this point. I'll keep an eye out. I'm looking. Nothing at the moment. So ISNA, which I think which is an Iranian media outlet, they just posted the constitutional provisions for when there's no supreme leader. The Assembly of Experts is required to designate and introduce a new leader as soon as possible, the Constitution says. Until the introduction of the new leader, a council consisting of the president. We don't even know if President Pekeshian is it President Pekeshian? We don't know if the president is even alive. No one's heard from him since the attack. Pezeshkian. No one knows if he's alive. Well, maybe some people do, but no one I know. The president, chief of judiciary, and one of the jurists of the Guardian Council are supposed to form a committee to run things until the new leader is appointed. But that's supposed to be as soon as possible. If during this period one of the committee is unable to perform his duties for any reason, another person will be appointed in his place by the assembly with the majority of jurists being retained. So again, the bottom line is that they're supposed to appoint somebody soon. Tasnim State Media also just pointed the president, the head of the judiciary, and one of the jurists of the Guardian Council will be responsible for the transition period after the martyrdom of the revolutionary leader. I do not know if the president is alive. It's interesting to see the state media start posting about this stuff, though. But to repeat, there's been no word from President Pezeshkian. It's been probably over 4 hours since the last missile alerts. Michelle Lauzon, our viewer, says Iran might capitulate, but they will never stop hating Israel, and it will start back again in 20 or 30 years. Collected Chaos says, I would be surprised if a major terrorist attack doesn't come from this. Black Irish mentioned about this report about an elementary school. So Iranian state media had been reporting about, I believe, a couple different schools that had been hit. I believe I was reading about this, and I mean, it's like, I don't find Iranian state media particularly reliable, but I was reading some sort of article that said both of those schools were next to targets like that had been hit, like military targets. I have to pull up something about that. Which made it more plausible. I can't remember where I read that. Was it the Times? The point was that, well, if a school is located next to something that actually was hit, then it seems a little more plausible that there might have been some sort of issue where it was unintentionally hit. I don't have it all. I can't remember the article I was reading about it, so I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, the New York Times had an article earlier today, and they said that the school that Iran said was hit and killed dozens of people is next to a naval base, a Revolutionary Guard naval base, and then that it's a base that was hit during the attack. And then another school got hit reportedly, but that school was, I guess, near the residence of former President Ahmadinejad, whose residence also was targeted. So my point is that according to the Times, both of these schools that Iran had said had been hit are next to places that were actually hit. So it's possible. I don't know, you know. Hey, what's this? Hold on. Oh, explosion in Erbil. Hey guys, look, we got video from Erbil. Hey, this is live video from Erbil in Iraq, and there's some sort of explosion in Erbil. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. I have this for you. Hold on a second. Look at this from Erbil. Right there. That's Erbil, Iraq. That's a live shot right there. And who mentioned something about this? OSINT Technical said U.S. forces are based in the area. This is Erbil, Iraq. This is from Rudaw, I believe. I have it via Reuters. That looks like a significant explosion there. I don't know what the nature of it is. Erbil Air Base is a hub for U.S. and coalition forces. Just so you know, okay? There's an air base there, which Reuters says provides a secure location for training, intelligence sharing, and logistical coordination in northern Iraq. So let me try to get some information on that. I mean, you can see that large smoke column there. In the distance. I can't easily rewind this right now. So I'm not gonna, I can't just press a button and do it. It's a little involved. Maybe I'll try to do it in a couple minutes. Yeah, that's the smoke is not coming out of the building, I don't think. It's in the distance behind that building. Iranian state media claims that powerful explosions have shaken Erbil. I don't know where this is, where that exact smoke is coming from. Again, we are looking at a live shot from Erbil, Iraq. Where there is an airbase with a U.S. presence. Oh yeah, I cannot. Oh, hold on. Hey guys, I can rewind this for a second. Hold on. I'm gonna show you a rewind view, really quick. It's gonna say live, but it won't be live. It's live now. Okay, so this is gonna be the view when the explosion happened. I'm just putting it on the screen for you right now. Okay, so just keep an eye out here. I'll cue it up for you. All right, it's a little before this. So this is about 8 minutes ago or so. Just keep an eye out here. I just rewound it about 8 minutes. And I think maybe the camera panned over to it. I'll switch the audio. So again, you're about to see in Erbil, Iraq, right there, watch this, watch, you'll see it right now. That's it. This is Erbil, Iraq, about 8 minutes ago. That's what happened. So basically the cameraman saw it and moved the camera over there. About 8 minutes ago, that happened. We're looking at the video from about 8 minutes ago. Let me rewind just when the camera pans over there, if I can. All right, hang on. I'm gonna just watch again. We'll see it again. So again, this is about 9 minutes ago in Erbil, Iraq. Watch this again. You'll see the camera pan over. I do not know if this is at the U.S. base there or some other place. I don't know what happened there. But there was a significant explosion, it looks like. Right there. Wow. Coming up right now. Right here. Wow. One of our viewers said there was no explosion. I don't know. I don't know if there was a sound. But I have to imagine that wasn't sitting there for an hour because the cameraman just noticed it. All right, let me go to the live shot now. Now I'm going to go to the live shot. Here is the live shot right now. That's live. That is live right there. With the smoke has definitely gone up and dispersed and whatever. So that's a live shot from Erbil, Iraq. What happened there? I don't know. Is it some sort of fire? I don't know. Is there a U.S. consulate in Erbil too? That I don't know. I got to look that up. There is a U.S. embassy and consulate in Erbil. There's a U.S. base in Erbil, and there's a U.S. embassy and consulate in Erbil. I have no idea what that smoke is coming from, though. Al Mayadeen says, Al Mayadeen is reporting that there was an explosion in Erbil. This is northern Iraq. We don't know what caused this. Erbil is about trying to figure out how far it is from the Iranian border. It's not that far. It's about, I mean, it's probably 70 miles or so from the Iranian border in the north of Iraq. Strange. We don't know what this is. We don't know what caused it. I'm looking all around for reporting on this, and I just haven't seen it yet. Trying to find more. They're zooming in on the smoke there. John Marquis says smoke is rising from the direction of Erbil International Airport. John Marquis. So again, John Marquis said he did some geolocation. He says this is in the direction of Erbil International Airport. I don't know if that's where it is. I'm seeing a report claiming that Erbil International Airport was targeted. You know, there have been drone strikes on at a number of airports in countries around Iran. So maybe they fired a drone there. I don't know. Would that cause a drone? Would a drone cause that? I don't know. Iranian news agency IRNA, are they state news? Now, Fars News, which is state media, they claim this is from the U.S. base, but Iranian state media has been making some false claims today about attacking U.S. bases. So I haven't seen anything reliable that this is at a U.S. base. But I'm looking for more here. Again, do not know for sure where this is. John Marquis, who I follow for geolocation, says it's the direction of the airport in Erbil, Iraq. Maybe there's been some sort of Iranian strike at that airport. I don't know. An Iranian news agency confirms that I believe Ali Shamkhani was. They confirmed the deaths of two people who'd been reported dead earlier today. The commander of the Revolutionary Guard, and also Ali Shamkhani, who I believe was a close advisor. Head of the National Defense Council. Yeah, so two people who'd been reported killed, Ali Shamkhani, head of the National Defense Council, and Mohammad Pakpour, commander of Revolutionary Guard. Iranian media is confirming that they have died as well. They had already been reported dead earlier in the day. Ali Shamkhani, who was killed, was overseeing the negotiations between the U.S. and Iran over the Iranian nuclear program, says Al Jazeera. He had been targeted by Israel last year in a strike. Here's another picture of it. Well, I'll post a link in the chat. OSINT Technical found another picture of it. Again, I don't know if this might be at the airport. Oh. OSINT Technical claims that the U.S. airbase at the airport is burning. Is the U.S. airbase at the airport? Hold on a second here. Is this at the U.S. airbase? I don't know. Yes, Erbil Air Base, I believe. Hold on. Let me just figure this out. So we don't know if this is at, I mean, that'd be a big deal if it's at the U.S. Air Base, obviously. Erbil Air Base, I'm looking online and I'm reading it is within the grounds of Erbil Airport. So this could be, if that's true, then this could be at the Erbil base. OSINT Technical thinks it's at the Erbil base. So it is possible that this big explosion was at the U.S. base in Erbil. I just don't know, though. I haven't really seen any kind of, I mean, I see people talking about it who are looking at it and trying to figure out where it is. I haven't heard any reporting on it besides that. Remember, you know, there was an official announcement in Iranian media about the Supreme Leader being killed. Then the Revolutionary Guard said they were going to carry out their biggest offensive ever against the U.S. and Israel. So I don't know if this is some sort of response to the announcement about, you know, to the death of the Supreme Leader. You know, some of our viewers talking about it could be like a fire of some sort. One of our viewers said jet fuel. So I don't know what's burning. I don't know what exactly happened. Oh, Al Jazeera reports a drone has crashed in Erbil. Al Jazeera says a correspondent reports that a drone crashed in Erbil. So again, Al Jazeera says that their correspondent tells them a drone has crashed in Erbil. So could this be some sort of explosion that was caused by an Iranian drone that was targeting the U.S. base or the area around the U.S. base there? I don't know. Reports say that this explosion is at the airport there, and the U.S. base is at the airport. Oh, Al Arabiya, a drone crashed near Erbil airport and plumes of smoke rose. That's from Al Arabiya. They say a drone crashed near the airport and plumes of smoke rose. So multiple outlets saying this was caused by a drone. Maybe an Iran, I would assume an Iranian drone. I mean, crash could be intentionally crashed, you know. Trying to get you more information here. Thank you to, by the way, hang on a moment here. Give me one moment. Sorry, you know what I gotta do? This is not. Here we go. A quick thank you to John Key and Degan. I have to time out. Alan K. Neil 7781. Neil, we talked about that a little earlier. Thank you, Neil. Dakota, M. Martin, Spicy Tuna Roll. Thank you. CB602, Jasper Wolinga, Darren Woliniak. Naval V Dream. Sandy Killer, Green Machine. Ian TQ2Q, who thinks every time they fire a missile around, it's tracked by satellite. He or she says USA and Israel will continue to attack every time they mobilize. Thanks. Bullet 850, Water Girl in NYC, Seize the Days, Kitsachi. So again, appears to be there was an explosion of some sort, possibly caused by a drone in the area of the Erbil airport. I don't know if the U.S. base at Erbil, the air base there, was involved with this. Al Arabiya reports that security measures have been tightened around the U.S. Embassy in Iraq. Also, security measures tightened in Iraq's Green Zone, says Al Arabiya. Give me one moment here. One moment. Did Facebook end? Give me a moment here. I gotta make sure I don't have to restart the Facebook stream. Facebook takes after 8 hours the stream ends. Still working. Oh no, we're only at 6 hours. Okay, good. I was confused about the length. We're good. Thank you to Jennifer Johnson. Thank you, Tammy D5228. Alan is wondering if a drone could have crashed when taking off. I don't know. The only alert I'm seeing is there's a a drone alert for southern Israel in Eilat right now. A drone alert. I'm not seeing any missile alerts. Al Jazeera says air defenses in Iran activated in Bandar Abbas, Iran. Bandar Abbas is on the coast, southern coast of Iran. Al Jazeera says air defenses activated in the Jordanian city of Aqaba opposite Eilat, Israel. Now in Eilat there is a drone alert, so maybe that's why the air defenses were activated in that city in Jordan. What's going on in Eilat? There's a drone alert in Eilat. So let me see if I can find anything about what's going on in there. I don't know, we'll have to see. Not seeing big updates on this yet, so I don't know exactly what's going on with it. We'll let you know when I hear more. Not hearing about new alerts yet. Al Arabiya says Iraqi armed groups announce targeting of a U.S. base in Erbil. Doesn't mean they hit it. But again, Al Arabiya says Iraqi armed groups announce targeting of U.S. base in Erbil. I need to take about 1 minute here. I need about one or 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. Just need 2 minutes. I'll leave this up. We'll keep bringing you updates here. Just let me disappear for 2 minutes, and I will leave the stream up and coming right back. Thanks for your patience. Again, there was an explosion in Erbil, Iraq, near the airport. Some claims online say it was at the U.S. airbase there. I don't know if that's true. There are reports that a drone crashed there, maybe an Iranian drone. I don't have reliable information right now on what the nature of this is. That smoke has been dispersing, but you can still see it there. So just don't know right now. By the way, Homefront Command announced that the drone intrusion event in Eilat has ended. The drone alert is over in southern Israel for now. Thanks so much to Rozilla Streaming Network. Rozilla Streaming Network, thank you so much. Also, hold on a second here. Zero Dawn, thank you. Thanks, Zero Dawn. Tab, Ewab, E-Music. I gotta time that person out though. Okay. Summer Recall. Thank you. Sparky Jean. Anything about security tightening in the U.S.? I haven't heard, or threat levels, I haven't heard anything about it, Sparky Jean. I don't know. I'm sure that's something that is going to be looked at, but I have not heard anything about it. Thank you, Sparky Jean. I'll let you know if I do. So the Revolutionary Guard says, hold on a second, I'm seeing reports about what the Revolutionary Guard is saying. Where's this coming from? The Revolutionary Guard said it launched a fierce attack against Israel and American bases in the region. So like an hour and a half or 2 hours ago or so, after the state media announced that the supreme leader had died, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard basically said, we're going to launch our biggest offensive ever. We're going to launch this offensive at Israel and the U.S. And I'm not aware of, there's been no missile alerts since then or anything. So Al Jazeera says that the Revolutionary Guard says they launched a fierce attack. I don't know what that means exactly. They might say they did and never did. I don't know. I mean, there was a drone alert in Eilat. There's some sort of explosion that happened in Erbil. There's no confirmation that the explosion was at the U.S. base. I've seen some people claim it online, but there's no confirmation that the explosion was at the U.S. base. There are reports of protests in Iraq in the green zone, or near the green zone. Intel Doge mentioned that Al-Hadath says Iraqi security is preventing protesters from storming the green zone. OSIN Technical says pro-Iran protesters attempted to breach the green zone, trying to get to the U.S. embassy. I'm trying to find something here. Where did it go? Thank you to Alfredo Gallegos. Thank you so much, Alfredo. I appreciate that. Also, thank you so much to Jake Robertson. Thank you, Jake. Jake and Jake's wife. That's very nice of you. Thank you so much. Also, Nick Sturgis. Thank you, Nick. And Sobek 2012. Thank you. Oh. I think state media is running people. There's video of people gathering in support of Khamenei, the supreme leader, in Iran. I think this might be from state media, but I'll try to show you some of that too. Yeah, again, I believe this is state media showing people in the street gathering in support of the supreme leader after his death. Let me show you this. So we've been looking at Erbil. Let me just show you this real quick. Here, look at this. This is people in Iran. This is in Iran. Live in Iran. People coming out after the supreme leader was killed. I guess these are supporters of the supreme leader.
صلى الله عليه وآله في كل موطن وموقف وقف فيه نبيك.
So I just saw something. The Home Front Command says there are alerts expected soon. There are alerts, missile alerts expected soon in Israel. Just saw that right now. So we have to look at that. Missiles were recently launched by Iran at Israel. So let's go back to the Israel live shots. There is Tel Aviv right there. That is Tel Aviv. And let me get these ready. But again, missiles have been detected, launched by Iran at Israel. So I'm going to get organized here and make sure I have the correct feeds. We want to put the Tel Aviv feed, the Haifa feed. Hang on, I got to make sure I have the feeds here. Where's the Haifa feed? And I can see a Haifa feed. Could be a Jerusalem feed. Hang on. Here's Haifa. Here's Jerusalem. And I'm waiting to see where the alerts come. Give me a moment. I just need to pull up here. Again, missile warnings in Israel. We should be seeing some alerts soon. In Israel. Where is my... As soon as I see where the alerts are, I'll adjust the feeds. But missile launches have been detected. Remember that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard a couple hours ago said they were going to launch their biggest offensive ever I don't know if that's going to happen, but they might say it was their biggest offensive ever. All right, I'm waiting here. Thank you, Sandra K. Critchwist. Mr. Forzone from, is that Dominican Republic? Oh no, I missed a letter. It says IDR. Thank you, Mr. Forzone. AZ Intel's dad, thank you. Mike C, thank you. Just Cars, Professional Piercer, USA 001, I Wish I Was Home. Andrew Broadwater, thank you. Andrew, I'll have to go back and look at that shot. I just saw your comment, Andrew. I'm sorry. All right, waiting to see. We're waiting to see where the alerts are. Our viewer was in Indonesia, actually. Mr. Forzone, or is it Mr. Frozone? Is in Indonesia. Again, waiting right now to see. We're supposed to be getting alerts soon because Israel has detected missile launches towards Israel. Waiting to see where those alerts are going to be. That's what I am waiting for right now. Haven't seen them yet. Okay, I'm seeing alerts right now. All right, alerts, breaking news, Tel Aviv, Tel Aviv, Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv, alerts around Tel Aviv. So you're looking at Tel Aviv right now. You're looking at Tel Aviv right now. There are alerts in the area around Tel Aviv. I think you're going to hear sirens soon. Here we go. We have sirens right now. Sirens right now. Look at this. Look at this. Sirens in Tel Aviv. Rockets, missile sirens in Tel Aviv right now live. We just saw a flash, some sort of explosion. Maybe we saw an explosion. I don't know. Is that an explosion? Something just lit up there. Something clearly just lit up. I didn't see what it was. Could have been a hit. I don't know. Oh, look at that. Something in the air there. Maybe an interceptor. Maybe an interceptor right there. Interceptors. I don't know if that flash was an interception or what. Let's keep watching here and see what happens. Seemed like a bright flash. I don't know what that was. There are still alerts going on, so let's keep an eye out here. Yeah, I mean, one of our viewers said something hit the ground. Maybe something did. I don't know. I believe that the government does not like the cameras pointed at the ground. They don't want to show exactly where things hit. That's why they tend to be focused on the sky. Still a few alerts out there to the east of Tel Aviv and north of Tel Aviv. But we'll see if we see anything. The camera's still panning around. Now the camera's panning more. It doesn't. It's not. I don't see any smoke column or anything. I don't see any smoke coming up. See what I see reported here. Give me a moment here. There's a report of some kind of explosions in Dubai. I do not have a Dubai feed. Hang on, let me turn the volume down. I just, Channel 12 reported, News 12 Israel reported explosions in Dubai. So, I don't know if there could be, you know, missiles fired there too. Let me see what I can find out about that. I don't believe I have a feed from there though. Parallel Universe, who's in Israel, says, at the shelter heard some explosions. There may have been, you know, some interceptions. Oh, Kelly Myers says the U.S., with News Nation, says the U.S. says, military says it's looking into reports of an airstrike Saturday morning that hit an Iranian girls' school. Iran's ambassador to the UN claimed more than 100 children died at the school. CENTCOM said, we are aware of reports concerning civilian harm resulting from ongoing military operations. We take these reports seriously and are looking into them. That school was reportedly next to a target that got hit. Oh, Intel Doge found a photo which shows a possible impact in Dubai, maybe a missile impact or something. So I'll try to find out more about what's going on there. No current missile alerts in Israel. Yeah, it's possible that there were missiles launched at Dubai. Yeah, so, N12 News says reports of explosions in Dubai. The explosions can be interceptions, so I'm keeping an eye on it. I don't have great information about Dubai at the moment. Look, so some of our viewers are wondering if that was the big attack. Look, I've seen it before where Iran threatens to do some big attack, then they do a relatively small attack, and they say that was the big attack. Or they just don't say anything, and then they do a relatively small attack, and they say it was a big attack. So, I mean, again, I would not be surprised. I was not, when they said we're going to carry out our biggest attack ever, I was telling you, I was not buying that. So I don't know what they're going to do, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did something relatively small, given their maybe very limited resources at the moment, and just declare it was a big attack. No missile alerts at the moment. Yeah, there appears to be some sort of smoke column in Dubai. I'm not sure what that is. I don't know if that was a direct hit. Hold on a second. Another launch to the center. I think we may get missile alerts soon. We may get a missile alert soon, because one of the Telegram accounts I follow is saying that. So keep an eye out. We may be getting another alert soon, but it has not popped up on my map yet. Yes, I'm hearing multiple Telegram accounts I follow are saying more launches to the center of Israel. I assume that might be somewhere like Jerusalem or something. Or I guess it could be Tel Aviv, but again, I'm waiting to see where it pops up. But we very well might, in a second, be looking again at another missile alert. So I'm keeping an eye out for that. Aleph, who I follow, says, along with Iranian missiles being launched at Israel, reports of renewed Iranian attacks on Jordan, UAE, and Kuwait. Maybe they're launching a lot of missiles everywhere. Waiting to see if there are more missile alerts in Israel in the coming minutes. Yeah, several Telegram accounts I follow for Israeli news say there have been more launches detected toward the center of Israel. Another Telegram account says launches to the south of the country have been identified. So we'll see. Could be further south than I have a camera for. MDA says no calls about injuries or missile falls from the last alert. Negev and Dead Sea. Okay, so there should be an update. I expect in the next couple minutes to get some sort of update from the new alerts. Maybe Jerusalem might have it. I don't have new alerts yet here. I turned down the volume on Tel Aviv so I could talk for a second. I don't want to start messing with the multiple cameras on one screen because I'd prefer to do it this way. Because we know when the alerts happen. So I'd rather wait for the alert to happen and then put it full screen. Otherwise, I spend all my time managing all the cameras. Okay, more alerts. Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv. More in the Tel Aviv area right now. Right now, I bet we're going to hear more sirens at any moment. Tel Aviv and surroundings. Tel Aviv and surroundings. More alerts coming up right now. Those are the new alerts. Tel Aviv and surroundings. Here we go. Here we go again. Here we go again. Here we go. Camera is moving. Camera is moving. See anything yet. Nothing, I haven't seen anything so far. Haven't seen anything so far. Or heard. I didn't hear any booms. There are still alerts. Oh, Jerusalem possibly too. Possibly Jerusalem now. Possibly Jerusalem. I'm going to put the Jerusalem sound on. We may be switching over there too. Hold on. I got Jerusalem and this. Got them both up there. So now I think they're really more at Jerusalem. So let's switch to Jerusalem. That's Jerusalem right there. That's not Tel Aviv, that's Jerusalem. Because that's where I'm seeing the alerts right now. I'll keep an eye on Tel Aviv here, but we might hear sirens in Jerusalem in a second. I'm seeing nothing on the Tel Aviv camera. But there are alerts around Jerusalem. I have the sound on from both, but again, the actual alerts right now are in the Jerusalem area. Well, some of them north of Jerusalem too. I haven't heard any sirens in Jerusalem yet. We might not hear any. There's some alerts up further. There's some alerts in the northeast, which is too far away from the camera. Oh, hold on. I'm sort of hearing something. I thought I heard a little bit of a siren. Maybe in the distance? Yeah, pretty much all the alerts are gone except for ones in the northeast, which are going to be a little far away from these from this camera. Oh, more alerts right now, and these are in the south. Okay, there are new alerts, but they're in Beersheba. So that's not going to be near these cameras. The new alerts are in Beersheba in the south. So I don't have a camera at Beersheba, but just so you know, there are alerts in Beersheba right now. So that's happening now. Do not have a camera there. Southern Israel. Yeah, the alerts are in the south right now. In the south around Beersheba. Nothing on Jerusalem, nothing on Tel Aviv. The alerts aren't there right now. They're all in the south. That's Tel Aviv up there. Oh, Tel Aviv, no, more alerts in Tel Aviv. I bet you're going to hear sirens in a second in Tel Aviv. More alerts right now in Tel Aviv. So keep an eye out on the Tel Aviv camera right now. A bunch of alerts in the Tel Aviv region. Here you go. Camera's moving around. Camera's moving. Camera sees something, maybe. Oh, there you go. Interceptors. Those are interceptors right there. You can see the trails of the interceptors going up into the clouds right there. There are still alerts. There are still alerts in the area. Actually, Jerusalem now, possibly. Possibly Jerusalem too. Possibly Jerusalem now. Oh, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, Jerusalem. Jerusalem now. Let's go there. We're hearing the Jerusalem alerts right now. That's where you're hearing the siren from. A bunch of them north of Jerusalem. Again, this is Jerusalem. Okay, a bunch of alerts in the Jerusalem area right now. Possible that the missiles there aren't that many of them that are getting that shot down pretty early, you know. So now we have some in Jerusalem and some in the south. I don't have a camera in the south. Some in Beersheba, some around Beersheba in the south. So some around Jerusalem, some around Beersheba. Still have some alerts around Jerusalem area and some south in Beersheba area. But again, we keep hearing the sirens, but haven't really seen any. Saw a couple interceptors, the trails of them, but I haven't really heard explosions or seen a bunch. A number of alerts in the south now near Beersheba, and I do not have a camera down there. Hearing some sirens in the distance, I think, maybe on the Jerusalem camp. Hold on 1 minute. What am I hearing? Oh, I'm hearing. I've been seeing some reports. Hold on. There's a few alerts in the north of Israel now, and then some down by Beersheba, but I don't have a camera there. And there's some claims online of like explosions in Dubai, and so there may have been missiles fired at other countries too. I'm trying to figure. In a second, I'll see what I can find out about that. Uh-oh, what's that? That sounds like something. We might have just heard. We may have just heard on the Jerusalem cam an interception. There's also a few alerts really south, kind of near the south of Gaza. Oh, that could have been a launch of an interceptor too that we just heard. I don't see anything on the camera. There are no more alerts on. We just heard a boom. I think we just heard an interception. Aleph, who I follow, says reports say Iranian missiles intercepted over Doha, Qatar. Seems like maybe Iran has fired some missiles at various countries in the last few minutes. That sounded like maybe an interception too. Reports of possible explosions in Bahrain as well, by the way. So I'll be checking on that too. Seems like Iran might have fired some missiles at various countries. There's a video of some smoke rising in Dubai. I'll post a link to that. AZ Intel. Sorry. There's a B&O News posted a video, as did AZ Intel, of smoke rising in Dubai, possibly at the airport. A report of maybe a hit in Doha, Qatar, possibly. I haven't seen, I've been looking at the Tel Aviv stream. I don't see anything going on there. There's no alerts right now. Some people said they saw a flash in Tel Aviv. I'm going to turn the volume down here. I need to turn the volume down a bit. That's Tel Aviv right there. AFP's Aya Iskandarani said there were new explosions heard in Doha, Qatar, in Bahrain, Manama, Bahrain, and Dubai as well. I don't think I have live shots of any of those. Homefront Command says, Israel Homefront Command says, more pre-warnings. I think we're going to have some more possible alerts coming up. Oh, alerts right now. Alerts. Where are these? These are in the south. There's a bunch of alerts in Israel, but it's the southern Israel. It's near Beersheba. So I don't believe my cameras will catch those. You never know. Jerusalem camera might catch something. Let's go to that camera. But these seem to be in the south, these new alerts in Israel. South. I don't see any sign that these are huge barrages. It seems like, maybe they're doing these small barrages at different locations. So, we keep seeing the alerts jump around from place to place in Israel, and we're hearing about explosions, some explosions in other countries, but I'm not aware of lots of hits, and we've barely seen anything on the camera when we've been looking here. Up now, Tel Aviv, a bunch of alerts, Tel Aviv. So let's go to Tel Aviv here. Tel Aviv right now. You are going to hear something there. In a moment, you're going to hear more sirens in Tel Aviv. Coming up, more alerts. More alerts in Tel Aviv. Here you go. Camera is moving around. Bunch of alerts around Tel Aviv right now. But we'll see if we see anything. I didn't see or hear anything there. Again, it's possible the missiles are getting it's possible the missiles are getting intercepted early. Oh, Jerusalem alerts. Jerusalem alerts. Hold on. Jerusalem now. Jerusalem. There are alerts in Jerusalem area. You might hear sirens in a minute there. I am seeing some new alerts in that area. And also some alerts near Gaza, I'm seeing. I don't know if those are missile or rocket alerts. But I don't have a camera for those. Not hearing anything on this right now. I hear maybe in the distance some sirens. Here. Yes, I can hear sirens right now. In the distance. Can hear them, see? These are the only alerts right now, well, in this general area. A video from smoke rising in Bahrain. There's some smoke rising in Bahrain. I will post a link to that in the chat from John Marquis. I don't know what that is. Oh, hey guys, OSINT Technical reports. OSINT Technical says an Iranian drone or missile directly hit the Crown Plaza Manama, a 5-star hotel complex in Bahrain. Seems like Iran is firing a lot of missiles and drones at places like airports, well-known high-end buildings, that kind of thing. Anyways, OSINT Technical says that there was a missile or drone that hit the Crown Plaza Manama, a 5-star hotel complex in Bahrain. For the moment, I don't see any new alerts in Israel. Now I see new ones in Israel. Well, maybe. Hang on a moment. I guess there's more launches. Sounds like there might be more launches coming towards Israel. Maybe. No calls so far from the MDA. No calls about injuries or missile falls. 5 minutes ago, Israel said more. Breaking news! Tel Aviv right now. Tel Aviv alerts. Just saw them. You will be hearing sirens probably in the next couple minutes. Tel Aviv. But MDA says, here we go. These don't seem like either they're not big barrages or the missiles are all getting shot down or both. I mean, because these sirens have been going on, I want to say like 20 minutes in different locations, and we've barely even seen an interceptor fired. There's going to be some more warnings coming up. Some more warnings coming up. Hold on. Maybe in West Bank? There's supposed to be some more warnings. I think maybe in, I'm not sure, but the Home Front Command mentioned it. So I'm keeping an eye out. Again, it's possible it's possible, you know, they might be firing one in just different areas, because we're seeing these. We keep seeing these sirens in different areas, but we're really not seeing or even hearing interceptions. Right before those sirens, I was telling you that MDA has reported no casualties from this latest batch of missiles alerts and no falls so far. One of the accounts I follow on the hot news on Telegram says Ali Larijani, Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, is expected to make a statement soon. He might be, I think I heard his name as someone who might replace the Supreme Leader. Again, a report that a hotel was hit in Bahrain. I haven't had that confirmed. Yeah, so no reports so far, and all of these alerts we've had recently, no reports of casualties, no reports of missile falls. That's from the MDA. No casualties due to I guess there might be some injuries for people like running to their shelter, but no casualties due to missile falls and no missile falls reported from these alerts, the recent ones. So I think in a moment we're supposed to see some more alerts though. Oh yes, Tel Aviv, keep an eye on Tel Aviv. We might have some more sirens coming up in Tel Aviv right now. I think you're going to hear some sirens in a second. There's some alerts surrounding Tel Aviv, so you may hear some more. Give it a moment. Yes, I am seeing alerts in the Tel Aviv area around Tel Aviv. So let's see if we hear sirens. Andrew Bankston says, is it possible Iran is trying to deplete interceptors? I don't know. Andrew thinks maybe there's some sort of strategy behind this. A bunch of alerts, Tel Aviv alerts right now. I really think you're going to hear sirens in a moment. Tel Aviv alerts now. Here you go. Just heard a boom. Maybe an interception? Oh, what are we looking at? Kind of similar. Seeing some to the east of, actually some kind of around the Jerusalem area. Let me pull up the Jerusalem cam. Let's pull up the Jerusalem cam for a second. Any sirens there? Might hear something soon. Some of our viewers, like Andrew Bankston and some others, think maybe Iran's trying to deplete the interceptors. I don't know. I haven't seen many interceptors launched, though. Guy Elster, Guy, who's a reporter in, Guy reports for Walla in Israel. What Guy Elster says, he says sirens have been going on for almost an hour. He says Iran is firing a few missiles each time to create a sense of big attacks, different than the 12 days war. Yeah, I mean, that's what we've been saying. I see no evidence of big attacks. And we're not even really seeing interceptors fired. So Guy thinks that, that's what's happening. Maybe because they're just limited on how many missiles they have. We've seen nothing close to one of these like larger barrages that they've done in the past. Thank you, by the way, to very much to 1959 Cluck Sick Inhalation Aerosol, the Real Zane Pitts. Real Zane Pitts thinks Iran's dumping old missiles, throwing 10-cent bombs at a $100 interceptor. That's what the Real Zane Pitts says. Thank you, Justin Blake. Patrick Robertson, thank you, Patrick. Yes, Patrick says the U.S. might be shooting down missiles. Yeah, no, it's entirely possible. Mr. Blademaster, thank you. Isaac Skurs. Lily Halley. Gavin, Jamie B, thank you. Ceres Story, Holy Toads, John Oliver, L Queen, Wes Downer. No, I don't have any live streams from Iran. Unfortunately, I don't. The Extension, Ashgod. Ashgod, Reza Pahlavi said that soon he would tell people when to go to the streets. V Styles, user RM8, thank you. Mrs. TPJ, thank you. All right, let me, Mr. Frozone, Dysfunctional Fam, X7 Valkyrie, Happening Hapner, Express Investing, Robin Page. Let me do a couple more thank yous here. Pregnon, Pregmom, Dana Amat, and 1959 Cluck Sick. Thank you. And BKO Ben, thank you. All right, hang on a second. I want to check on the other countries here. Thanks also to, let me turn this down for a second. Thanks also Angie Andreos, and Fernando Rivas, and Julio Ponce. Julia Ponce. Thank you. Oh, that's interesting. Instant News Alerts posted something from Almog Boker. Let me see what Almog Boker had to say. Israel Radar, who I follow, says, seems like incoming threats are being intercepted at a high rate as I'm hearing no loud blasts. Exactly. We haven't even, I don't even know that we might have heard 1 or 2 interceptions that whole time. MDA said, I-24 English says, MDA says no impact sites. For all those sirens we've been hearing the last, 45 minutes, an hour, no missile impacts. None. I'm not aware of debris impacts either, which suggests they're not firing that many missiles. N12 News says statement from Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, Ali Larijani, is expected soon. Again, I believe he's a possible successor as Supreme Leader. Almog Boker says, okay, he is a reporter in Israel for News 12. He says almost an hour of launches, lonely in every shot, an attempt to exhaust us. That's what he says. Almost an hour of launches, lonely in every shot, an attempt to exhaust us. Exhaust can mean different things. But he's pointing out that there are not many launches. There are not many missiles. Al Jazeera reports that Jordanian air defense intercepts missiles that entered Jordanian airspace over Amman, Jordan. Oh, did Facebook end? Hey, for those watching on Facebook, Facebook automatically ends the streams after 8 hours. So in about 5 minutes on Facebook, you're going to have to watch the news stream. Everybody else, you're fine. But if you're watching on Facebook, Facebook will automatically end the stream in about 5 minutes, and I will have to restart it on Facebook. So just be warned, Facebook viewers, about that. Okay, so I'm also trying to find you more reports about what's going on in other countries. Kind of tough to find a lot of information about it. We'll see what we can find. Thank you to Bot King Sentient on Twitch, Ranger Rick, Orion, Crispy Zebra, Tango Wispy Romeo, Brian Fiend, YM8 Na, Dead Again on Twitch, Valor on Twitch, Tatsiki on Twitch, thank you, Loanado, Cece, DSPBB, it is right now 7:22 a.m. Israel time, almost 9 a.m. Iran time. New post from Trump. New post from Trump. I'm going to read you this new post from Trump. Hold on a moment here. He just posted. Here is President Trump's new post. Are you ready? Iran just stated that they are going to hit very hard today, harder than they ever have been hit, harder than they ever have been hit before. They better not do that, however, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. They did say that about 2 or 3 hours ago, but as I said, I mean, it seemed like there were great reasons to be skeptical about that. They said it shortly after the Supreme Leader was confirmed killed on state TV, but I mean, almost like they have to say something like that after his death is announced, but I've seen no evidence that that's actually true. Okay, I got to restart Facebook. Hold on, we're restarting the Facebook stream. Give me a quick moment. Let me just restart the Facebook stream. We are restarting the Facebook stream because after 8 hours, they automatically stop it. We're back live on Facebook. All right, anyways, President Trump posted. I just want to let you know about that. BNO News said that there was, I already mentioned that there was smoke at Dubai airport. I don't have a detail on what happened there. So again, it looks like Iran fired over the last hour or so some missiles they kind of spaced them out at Israel. There were a lot of sirens, but not a single missile hit reported. There's a report of possibly a hit in Bahrain at a hotel, possibly maybe a missile hit the airport in Dubai. Saw a report in Jordan of missiles being shot down there. My guess is that this is what they're going to say, something like, "Oh, this was our giant response to the Supreme Leader dying, and they're going to make all these claims about how successful they were." The page I use, the red alert page I use, is called So Far Red Alert, TZOFAR Red Alert. They also have an app. Again, TZOFAR, So Far Red Alert is the page I use. And again, they do have an app for the rocket alerts, for the missile alerts. Okay, so the Israeli Defense Force says that the Home Front Command of Israel announced that you can actually leave your protected area, but you need to stay close to it. Okay, so that's what they said. They said you can leave your protected area in Israel, in all areas across the country, but you need to remain near them, which suggests they don't think any missiles are coming right away. That was about it was very strange. I mean, I don't remember before covering it where we had that many sirens and that many alerts, and you just barely even see anything on camera, and there was no missile falls reported, no debris, not even any debris falls reported that I heard. So maybe things are getting shot down, maybe there's few missiles and they're getting shot down very early on. Oh, there's a statement from Larijani, I believe. Hold on. So there's a new statement from Larijani, who I've seen his name brought up as a possible successor to the Supreme Leader. He says the Iranian nation did not allow the country to be divided. Ali Larijani, Secretary of the National Security Council, I guess there's a Mer News, which is state media, is running an interview with him. He says, in the 12-day war last year, the enemies faced a major civilizational stronghold. People showed their maturity during these times, and despite all the propaganda of their enemies, they removed their isolation. So again, I wonder if Iran experts are looking at this and saying, hey, he's on state TV right now. Does this mean he's going to be the next supreme leader? Ali Larjani. But state TV is running it seems to be running an interview with him now. Well, Mer is a state news outlet. Fars News, which is state news, also quotes him. Larjani, America and the Israel burned the hearts of the Iranian nation, and we are burning their hearts too. So you have Iranian state media promoting these statements by Larjani. And ISNA just posted it. Did Tasneem, are they posting it too? Yes. So all of these state media outlets that I'm following, they're all talking about Larjani now, and they're all quoting from his interview. Which is interesting. ISNA, which I believe is, it's Iranian Students News Agency. They are, it says, generally considered independent, Wikipedia says, but financially supported by the Iranian government. Anyways, they say, following the martyrdom of the supreme leader, the Revolutionary Guard launched a wave of missile and drone attacks on Israel, and Israeli media not acknowledge this. Larjani, more quotes from the Larjani interview from Iranian state media. Larjani says, the person in charge in America is the perfect symbol of plunder. When colonialists go to a country, they seek to plunder its resources. Again, this is Ali Larjani. He is the one who state media is quoting his interview now. Hold on, I'll show you. You'll see it. There is Ali Larjani. He has been the Secretary of Supreme National Security Council since 2025, says Wikipedia. He was the Speaker of the Parliament of Iran for 12 years. Again, he is being quoted right now in a lot of media. And I believe he's on state TV doing an interview. And I wonder if he might be the next supreme leader. I don't know. I was reading somebody talk about him recently. Let me see if I can find anything else here relevant. Times of Israel says he was a top aide to the supreme leader. Also, the New York Times said that the Supreme Leader Khamenei entrusted Ali Larjani, the top national security official, to ensure that the Islamic Republic endures any military attacks and targeted killings. He is a veteran politician, a former Revolutionary Guards Corps commander. Oh, the New York Times says that he's basically been running the country since January. That's what the New York Times said. The Times says he was part of the Supreme Leader's trusted circle. Oh, Also, the New York Times had an article yesterday that was updated yesterday, and it said that in the article it says they talk about who could, where is it here? That Iranian leaders have considered who might manage the country if the supreme leader and top officials were killed, and the New York Times said that Mr. Larijani sits at the top of the list, according to 3 officials. So it certainly sounds like he's somebody who could end up being the new supreme leader. Elon Musk claims that today was the highest usage of X ever. Oh, you know, when we sit here like this, if we're just sitting here, what I can do is it's very easy for me to just do this. Sorry. What I should do is, no. Where is it here? I don't want that. I don't want that. I want this, and I want this. Why is that one that one? Hold on. Ah, hold on. This? There, hold on. What I'll do... shrink this. Put that up there. Just for now, just to have it. So probably it's better to do it this way. Why is this happening? There we go. We'll make this one fit to screen. There we go. That's what I'll do. Oh, I think there's a new announcement here, guys. Hey, guys, new announcement from the Iranian army. The Iranian army says, this is from state media, they say massive drone attacks on American-Israeli targets. In the continuation of the Islamic Republic of Iran's army operations against the Israeli-American enemy, the zealous men of the Islamic Republic of Iran's army have targeted the positions and interests of the Israeli enemy and American bases in the region with a new wave of widespread attacks using various types of destructive and combat drones since last night. The offensive and defensive operations of the Islamic Republic of Iran's army units have continued with crushing and relentless strikes, and in the coming hours, additional news of another proud operation will reach the noble Iranian nation. That's what they say. There's a new video I have from Doha, Qatar. I'm not really seeing much on there. It's an interesting video, though. Let me show you the video from Doha. Hold on, I'm going to show you the video from Doha, Qatar. The live shot. Oops. You ready? I'll put it on the screen for you. Is this going to work? Right there, look, it's live. Doha, Qatar, right there. Oh my gosh. Those neat buildings. That is Doha, Qatar. I don't really see much going on, but I'm just letting you know that we have that shot from Doha, Qatar. Leave that on for a second, but I gotta change this. Hang on a moment here. The Washington Post reports, they claim that President Trump launched the attack on Iran after a weeks-long lobbying effort by an unusual pair of allies in the Middle East, Israel and Saudi Arabia. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman made multiple private phone calls to Trump over the past month advocating a U.S. attack, despite his public support for a diplomatic solution, 4 people told the Washington Post. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, meanwhile, continued his long-running public campaign for U.S. strikes against what he views as an existential enemy of his country. The combined effort helped lead Trump to order a massive aerial campaign against Iran's leadership and military, which in its initial hour led to the death of Khamenei and several other senior Iranian officials. The Post says the attack came despite U.S. intelligence assessments that Iran's forces were unlikely to pose an immediate threat to the U.S. mainland within the next decade. Saturday's attack on Iran was a break from decades of U.S. decision-making to hold back from a full-scale effort to depose the regime of a country with more than 90 million people. It also marked a stark shift from Trump's own previous military forays, which until now have been far narrower in scope. Now Trump will bear the risk of the bet he has placed, says the Post, that a major military operation conducted from the air can achieve political goals on the ground. During his first and second terms, Trump has consistently said there would be no American boots on the ground in military operations that he launched. But it remains unclear whether aircraft and missile strikes can achieve his ever-expanding goals, among them new U.S.-friendly regimes in Iran and Venezuela, an end to Iran-backed militant operations in Yemen, and the defeat of Islamic terrorist operations in Nigeria and Somalia. Well, this is the Doha shot. I don't know how exciting this is, but I wanted to show it. What I can do is go back to this. There. I don't have a Dubai shot. One of our viewers is watching in Guam. Hey, thanks to Rectangle Bite and Bob 325. Rectangle Bite says India Today on YouTube claims Khamenei's son is a leader. Well, I haven't heard that, but I haven't heard anyone else reporting it. We'll have to see. Thank you, Express Investing, Bob 325, Neil 7781. Dr. Pepix, thank you. Jesus Fried Chicken Badly, thanks for being a member. Bob, Alex Brandt Zawadsky, Donna Wallers, thank you. And Andrew Czar, Pizza Turtle. Used car salesman Dick. Regina Marie SD, thank you. Rafe Holzer, Jeff Nelson, Josh Barnes, AJ Krause, Boop Urit, Shmi Hiller, Zachary Zire, The Real Zane Pitts, BKO Ben, Emmanuel Sosa Pena, and Elizaveta Eli on Twitch, Joyfully Carta, Hecker, Ranger Rick, Bot King Sentient, Orion, Crispy Zebra, Tango Whiskey, Romeo, Brian Fiend. I don't have a Bahrain cam. I don't have a Dubai cam. The Qatar cam just shows a couple buildings. So I don't know what's going to happen today. I have no idea. Certainly, it's at least lately, it hasn't seemed like Iran has launched that many missiles in big batches. At some point, you know, it's almost 3 a.m. right here. Where I am, it's almost 3 a.m. At some point, I'm going to have to get some sleep and eat something. So, at some point, it has to happen. I may do that soon. Hey, Daniel Moore, that's really kind of you, Daniel. I really appreciate that. Daniel Moore, thank you. Thanks, Dan, Van Dan. Thanks also, Mitchell. And Brian Beelman. And Bob 325. Brian mentioned a map. Simple map from Google. There you go. Iran, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, Oman, Saudi Arabia, Iraq. Israel. when Israel makes these, when Israel sends planes to Iran, it's not right next to them. They got to fly a little bit to get there. I don't know if they need to refuel, but. Oops, hold on. Yeah, I mean, with this whole thing, you don't know when stuff's going to happen. You have no idea. Stuff could happen during the day or at night. You just have no idea. You can't really try to time things. You just don't know, you know. OSINT Technical is hearing about explosions in Dubai and Qatar. There could be more missile launches here. Let me see if I see anything. Yeah, Al Mayadeen says explosions heard in Dubai. That doesn't mean that there's bombs going off in Dubai. It could be that there's missiles fired at Dubai and you're getting shot down. I don't know. Here, regarding Dubai, Al Arabiya reports UAE air defenses intercept several missiles over Dubai. Again, that is from Al Arabiya. They just reported that. They say UAE air defenses intercept several missiles over Dubai. I was reading a report about how many missiles had been fired on the first day, and Greg Carlstrom posted it. Didn't he? Greg Carlstrom with The Economist. He said according to Gulf governments, according to the governments, he said, the UAE said they intercepted 137 missiles and 209 drones on day one. That's the UAE. He says that means Iran launched roughly as many missiles at the UAE as it did against Israel yesterday. Qatar said there were 66 missiles, and Bahrain said there were 45 missiles and 9 drones. All right, I think this is the time I should try to get some rest and maybe eat. Look, if there's some kind of huge development, I can always do a stream right away. But otherwise, I mean, I got to sleep and eat. I didn't really sleep that much when I took a break before. And it's past 3 o'clock here a.m. So why don't I do that? If there's some enormous development, I can always come on and do another stream. Otherwise, after I rest, I will do some more coverage. But it just seems like it's a good time to do it right now. I mean, again, you can't really time these things, but at a certain point, I got to eat something and get some rest. So I really do appreciate people joining the stream. And clearly, there's a lot more that's going to be happening here. I'm sorry for anything big I miss, but what can you do? But if it's big enough, I can come on the air and do another stream. So if you want, subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. I would suggest turn on our free notifications. We have our own notification system. It works really well. It's really reliable. It's free. You sign up once, you get sent a notification before we go live every single time. And the mods will post a link to sign up to the notifications in the chat. You can also find it in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. But I would sign up for those. That way you get notified. And also I will post on my X account when I'm not on the air. If I see things, I'll post them over there. That's at Lookner on X. Right there. You'll see it in a second. So you can follow me over there if you want, at Lookner on X. And again, nothing stopping me from coming on quickly and doing an urgent stream if it happens. But I need to, for the moment, try to get a little rest and eat something. Also, by the way, thanks for your support. Nightshade, Darkblade, West Downer, Meta 6010, and Solvable C. Thank you. I'll thank a couple other people in a second. But I really want to thank our moderators who are amazing, and they are the ones who make it so that we can even have these chat rooms, and a lot of people in our chat rooms discussing things. And so thanks for the moderators for keeping everything under control and respectful there. Over on YouTube, Robert's May Queen is there right now. Thank you, Robert's May Queen. We've had a lot of other moderators there, like Beth Mythical, Janet B, Havasu Mom, Ruth, forgetting people. All of our other moderators who've been over there on YouTube, thank you. Let's see here. Also, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Big thanks. Our Twitch moderators, Bastion Girl, Bot King Sentient, Dear Bears, Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev, Sully, and all of our other Twitch moderators. Huge thanks to you, our Facebook moderators, people like Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, and Paul Anderson. Huge thanks to all of our moderators for all your help in letting us have the chat rooms. Thanks to all of you for watching. I really appreciate you watching the channel and for supporting the channel. That is what allows this channel to exist and allow me to buy news footage and everything. So thank you so much. Let me make sure I don't know that, I hope I tried to get everybody, but especially in the beginning, I might have missed some people at the beginning of the stream because it was so extra busy. So I really apologize if I missed people. Thanks, Nightshade, Dark Blue. Did I thank M.M. Martin? Maybe I did get everybody, I don't know. Jongi, Deegan Champ, Alan K, Then Extension, West Downer, Josh Barnes. Hopefully I got everybody. I'm really sorry if I didn't. Hold on a moment. Elizaveta Eli, I think I got her. If you ever want to donate to the channel, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But again, thank you so much for supporting the channel and allowing it to exist. Thank you. Hey, another good way to find out when we're live, if you are on X, follow us on X at agendafreetv. I always post there in advance of our live streams. You get a heads up when we're going live early there, in addition to the notifications. If you sign up for the free notifications, you get an early heads up. On X, you get an early heads up too. And I post updates about the channel at Agenda Free TV on X. We do have a chat, and I really appreciate also people sending in updates, sending in comments. Thanks for letting me read your comments. I'll try to read more comments next time. Sorry I can't read more. I got to take a break right now. I'd love to read some more comments, but I got to take a break. But we'll try to get to some more next time. But thank you for sending those in. And what was I going to say? And thank you for sending in your questions. Hey, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. The Agenda Free TV Discord. Agenda Free TV Discord chat. A bunch of our viewers like doing it. Check out the Discord chat. The mods will post, oh no, you don't even need, the link to the Discord chat is just the same link as the link to the free notification sign up. So you can check that out if you'd like. And big thanks to our Discord mods who mod in our Discord chat. Thank you so much. And also for those who are on YouTube and watching there, if you're watching on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications, because that's another helpful way to find out when we're live. I will show you how to do that if you're watching on YouTube. What you need to do to turn on the YouTube notifications is, you need to do this. You need to subscribe to the channel and then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications. Okay. And yeah, very interesting question as to how does Iran, stand with its missiles? I don't know that it has that many. Israel and the U.S. continue to attack their missiles and their missile launchers and all their military targets and all that stuff. So I don't know what kind of response they can keep mounting in terms of that. At the same time, I don't know how much munitions and interceptors the U.S. and Israel have. I mean, it was pretty, that first day pace has been pretty intense with all the missiles and, airstrikes and stuff. But from what we've heard, President Trump said that the strikes were going to last throughout the week. So we'll have to see where this all goes. But we'll keep covering it. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Rusty Shackelford. Thanks, Rusty. And Jason D. in California, thank you. Hey, I want to shout out our... and obviously, a whole other question is, where is this all going? President Trump and Netanyahu have both called on the Iranian people to rise up and say that they're going to be able to take over their country once Israel and the U.S. is done. Is that true? I don't know. So that's something we'll be watching. Thanks to David Malcolm over there for the Facebook stars. Thank you, David. And thanks to all of our Facebook subscribers who subscribe to the channel over there and support the channel. Oh, thanks Pam Carnegie also for the Facebook stars. Thanks people like Sharon Klassen Goslin, Diane Allworth, Kayla Arribati, Margaret Riley for subscribing, Michael Clayton, Louisa Knight, and Kristen McConnell Gates, all of our other Facebook subscribers. Huge thanks. Thanks Tina Niazi for moderating as well. And our Twitch subscribers, huge thanks to you, Amalian, Devil Doc, Wall Street Shaggy, Naomi Rousseau, Site Insistent, and Atomic Farting, DJ XD, and all of our other Twitch subscribers, thank you as well. And our YouTube members, huge thanks. Rizzo, Express Investing. Oh, and by the way, thanks so much to Scott Bedwell. Scott Bedwell, thank you, Scott. And Jen Haneke, our member, Hugh Crummond, Val Cargo, Benjula Holmes, William Runner. These are some of our members. Brian Beelman, thanks, Brian, for all your support. Donna P., Express Investing, Always Chasing the Rain, Lilspeth, Michael Avery. Thank you. All right. Again, you don't know who knows when stuff's going to happen with this. So if there's some huge thing that happens in a half an hour, I can come back on the air and do another stream. Did I thank, by the way, Fernando Rivas? Thank you, Fernando, and also Angie. Oh, I thanked Angie Andreos and Julia Ponce. I think I thanked all of them. All right. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on all of this, and my plan is to do more coverage after I sleep some and eat some. But if there's big developments, I can always come on before then. All right, so that is it for right now. Again, thank you for watching our live coverage of the U.S. and Israel attack on Iran. We will have more coverage later on. That's it for now. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.